Zoom ID Roxanne, can you hear me? Zoom ID Roxanne, can you unmute your mic, please?
Yes.
Hi. I just wanted to double check. Are you here to speak on any closed session items, or would you prefer to speak on open agenda or non-agenda items?
Open.
Got it. Okay. We're going to go ahead and leave you in the queue. We're going to lower your hand once we get open session.
I would like to speak on open session.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to stay muted for a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay. So you can remove pitch. So we know that she's.
Recording in progress.
We're good to go? Clerk, please start the meeting at this time.
You're good to go, Madam Mayor.
I hereby call the closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Payan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Amezcua.
Present. Thank you. Any member of the council would like to take this time to announce her abstentions? Please let me know. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session at this time?
No, we do not.
Great, thank you. We will be recessing this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we ready to start this meeting? We're live. I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan. Here. Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Mescua.
Present. Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
To request to speak on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you'd all please rise. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra. This time I'd like to call up Pastor Ann Nguyen, please, her words of inspiration. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor and City of Santa Ana City Council, thank you very much for inviting me to impart some words of inspiration today. In preparation for my speech, I read Santa Ana Mayor Valerie Mescua bio along with her first newsletter, and interesting found that she is the first female mayor in the city history of 150 years. Then I read the city manager Christine Rich bio as well as the bios of every member of city council. All of you have a very impressive track records and well qualified to serve the people of Santa Ana as their leaders. Currently, I'm serving as the executive director for an association of 70 Southern Baptist churches with 15 different groups of people. Therefore, I appreciate the challenging task that you have to serve this multicultural community. And now, will you please join me in prayer? Father God, we thank you and praise you for your goodness and your charity. We come together this evening seeking your blessing on the leaders of our city council, the city manager, and our city staff. Generously grant them your divine wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues we face today. Give each of them the discernment to sense the welfare and true needs of the residents of Santa Ana. Give them the wisdom to lead and bless their decision to be right and to be good for the city and the people. Lord, we pray for grace, mercy, and peace in our community. Give us the wisdom from above that is first of all pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Such a wisdom definitely would keep us in harmony and unity when we have diverse ideas and interests. And I pray again, Father, that as the City Council will discuss their agenda and craft policies for our city, they will always put the people's interests first and above all. Remind them that they are in this position not to be served, but to serve the public. Just as Christ, who is a king, came not to be served, but to serve and ultimately die on the cross to save us. In Jesus' name we pray together. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session at this time?
We had several closed session items this evening, Mayor, council members, and the public, but we do not have any reportable action.
All right, thank you. This is the time of the meeting for the city council to receive comments from the public. Oh, my goodness, I apologize. I need to do the proclamations. Just trying to move quickly through here. Apologize. All right. Councilman Hernandez, you want to come up with me first? You do yours? I'll come up with you.
Absolutely. All right. If we can please have members of the Second Baptist Church of Santa Ana join us here in the front. Please join us here in the front. And members of the Orange County Heritage Council, if Mr. Dwayne Shipp is present. If you are not present, you are with us in spirit, my brother. Well, welcome to the People's House here in Santa Ana. And today, February 7th, 2023, we are making a historic proclamation and declaring February 2023 as Black History Month. And we are presenting this proclamation to Second Baptist Church of Santa Ana. Today, we are joined by Senior Pastor Ivan Pitts and Kalita Gardner. And for those of you who are aware of the importance of this month, as you know, the observation of Black History Month began in 1976. It is a time to recognize and honor African American leaders, and those leaders that came from the past, the present, and those leaders that will take us into the future. Those leaders that have contributed to the progress of this nation. And I'm humbled to stand here with our mayor, Valeria Mesqua, and joining us today is Second Baptist Church of Santa Ana. And during the pandemic, the church partnered with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, Governor Newsom's office, CalOptima, and UCI organizations to bring 3,500 COVID-19 vaccination testing clinics to the community. In addition to that, they collaborated with their local grocery outlets to provide groceries to families who needed it. Over 700 shut-in seniors who didn't have access to food, single mothers, families benefited from their services during a critical time in the pandemic. Second Baptist Church also provided over $20,000 in gift cards, playground equipment, toys, and food to New Hope Elementary School students and faculty. They annually give over $100,000 to community organizations that are like-minded with their core value to serve every nation, generation, in any situation. For over 40 years, there has been a prominent, thriving Black leadership here in Orange County, and it's coming out of Santa Ana. Today, in 2023, during Black History Month, Second Baptist Church is actually celebrating 100 years in Santa Ana. So let's make some noise, because that is Black history. And in Santa Ana, we are surrounded by Black history, and we are reminded that African Americans have helped shape this city that we love. The next individual that we want to talk about is not joining us here today in person, but their presence is certainly felt all around us. And that is the Shipp family. The Shipp family are residents to the city of Santa Ana. And 43 years ago, Helen M. Shipp founded the Black History Parade in her backyard of Raiden Willits. The first participants were her 8 children. That parade ended up growing to have over 30,000 participants in Santa Ana. And we look forward to one day bringing that back. And I hear the 45th year, Mayor Mesqua, is looking like a good year. But the Orange County Heritage Council coordinates an annual youth contest, the Black History Parade, which they founded in Orange County here in Santa Ana, and more recently, they founded the Juneteenth Festival here with our city last year. Today, we pay tribute and we honor Second Baptist Church of Santa Ana, who is celebrating their 100th birthday, and we want to thank them for their ministry and for those 40 years. So if you can join us in singing them happy birthday, we'd like to do that. All right? So on the count of three, we're going to sing y'all happy birthday today. So on the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Second Baptist. Happy birthday to you. Happy Black History Month.
I just want to say thank you so much to our first woman mayor of our city. Thank you for your service. We pray that you will continue to thrive, and Second Baptist will support you in any way possible. I'll make one quick remark. Now, you guys can't tell my church I'm going to make a quick remark. At church, I make long remarks, but today I'll make a quick remark. 100 years ago, blacks weren't allowed to worship with whites, and that's why we are Second Baptist Church. And today, we have a church that is diverse. So we've come a mighty long way, and we're going to continue to move forward because love is greater than hate. That's all I have to say. God bless you.
Go ahead and say, we're going to get some words.
Okay. Just real briefly, I'll be even briefer. At Second Baptist Church, we desire to have an impact on the community. It is our desire that if anything happened to us, that you would miss us. So we want to serve everyone, and we're just honored for this honor today. God bless.
Very briefly, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
You look good for 100.
You do. You look great for, I want to look like you when I'm 100. But thank you for all that you do for our community. We really are blessed to have you, and thank you. So let's take a photo if we can, please.
Yes. Yeah, let's do that. We want you all over here. We'll stand up. All right, we're gonna spread out over here. Yeah, this is Orange County history. All right, here we are, American Heart Month. Oh, I got you. All right. Well, we have another amazing and powerful proclamation, but before we do that, let's please make some noise for our community, Second Baptist Church. A warm welcome and a thank you to all of their service. You are making Orange County and Santa Ana a better place, and we thank you. Today we will be honoring February 7th, 2023. We will be honoring and declaring February as American Heart Month. Today I would like to humbly ask if the American Heart Association of Orange County can join us. Marlem Valdovinos, the Senior Director, Lani Gokeala, and Don Hoem. If you are present, please make your way to the front. Yes, please get comfortable. Let's give them a warm welcome to the Santa Ana City Council. A round of applause for them. Joining us today to accept this proclamation are Mark Lem, Valdovinos, Lani Gokiala, and Don Hoem from the American Heart Association of Orange County. Not everybody could be present today. If those who could not be here, your presence is missed, and we thank you. The American Heart Association collaborates with a broad range of stakeholders in Santa Ana that includes the school district, our government, nonprofit organizations, our corporate community, the neighborhood, clinical and community organizations. Their mission is to identify and create initiatives and opportunities for sustainable impact that help reduce health disparities and improve cardiovascular health for all. Sustainable impact comes from policy. We know that. It comes from systems, and it comes from environmental changes and key health focus areas, such as high blood pressure, nutrition security, hands-on CPR training, and the elimination of flavored tobacco. Some examples of the American Heart Association's collective work in Santa Ana include actively participating in the Santa Ana Early Learning Initiative, also known as SAILI. Number 2 is hands-on CPR training for district parent leaders. Number 3 is the heart health education at the Mexican consulate in Santa Ana. And number 4 is the flavored tobacco ban advocacy and blood pressure awareness campaign they held in the WIC centers and in affordable housing all throughout Orange County. They also participated and supported the wellness corridor and secured funding for the placement of the first blood pressure kiosk in Santa Ana. Many of you have seen those blood pressure kiosks in a CVS or a Rite Aid. Your kids want to put their arms in it. That's our buddies here. This month we come together and we ignite a wave of red from coast to coast. Wearing red, lighting landmarks, to online communities, cardiovascular disease does not have any borders. We encourage you to make a commitment. We encourage you to take charge of your own health, and as well as the health of those that you love. Tonight, we, the mayor and the council of the city of Santa Ana, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as American Heart Month, and we encourage everyone to live a heart-healthy lifestyle. Thank you, and congratulations on all of the fantastic work that you've done.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Lani Gokiala, and I'm the Executive Director for the American Heart Association here in Orange County. First and foremost, really want to just thank everyone because our mission is to be a relentless force for a world of healthier, longer lives. And we cannot do that without the community and the support of the community. So again, thank you all for all of your support and your help. I do have a challenge for everyone, being that it is Heart Month, is to please learn how to do hands-only CPR. Many of you saw what happened on the NFL field with Damar Hamlin, and again, would love to challenge each and every one of you to learn how to become a lifesaver because you never know when you will need it. 3 out of 4 arrests happen at home, so it's super important, especially for parents and people that have care for their older parents, to please learn CPR. It's very simple. It takes just 2 steps. Call 911 and press hard and fast. So I see the child here is nodding yes, because she probably learned it in school, right, through our youth challenge. So again, please, thank you everyone for your support, and I wanted to have Markham say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Thank you, everyone, so much here for this amazing proclamation for Heart Month. As some of you may know, I've been working here in this beautiful community of Santa Ana for the past 12 years. Some of my wonderful community leaders are here, and I want to continue embracing and growing in this Heart Health Month. Quiero darle gracias a todos los papás que siempre están ahí para apoyarnos y para aprender y seguir enseñándole a sus hijos y a su comunidad. Con todito mi corazón les agradezco y por favor vamos a cuidar todos nuestro corazoncito. Let's all take care of our hearts. So thank you so much.
And I also forgot, I would love to mention, I hope we are come back again next year, because next year you all can sing happy birthday to us, because we will be 100 years old.
All right, let's do a photo.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. If I could please have the folks from the Santa Ana Youth Mental Health Subcommittee come up, that'd be great, and anyone that's going to be part of the recognition. Like the board members, anyone, yes. Hi, welcome, welcome. Well, good evening, everyone. We are here tonight because we are going to be proclaiming the We Care Month to help raise awareness with the suicide prevention campaign that the school district has launched. And so I'm really proud to be along with so many of the partners that we've been working with for the past couple months, years. And one of those committees is called the Santa Ana Youth Mental Health Subcommittee of the Santa Ana Task Force and other organizations that are a part of this. And so we are recognizing the district's annual We Care Month to raise awareness of suicide prevention and mental health education for young people this month. And in 2018, a report was released by the Orange County Healthcare Agency that stated that suicide was the second leading cause of death for 15 to 24-year-olds, accounting for 1 in 5 deaths in this age group. And so the age of adolescence is a critical time period in life as it is characterized by mental and emotional changes. And our school district established the We Care Get Help campaign in 2015 to create suicide awareness in K-12 schools and created a universal district-wide effort that focused on messaging, training, outreach to our families, to the parents, and suicide prevention. And additionally, SAUSD wanted to continue to equip teachers and staff and the families how to respond to when a student is in crisis and how to increase awareness of warning signs and risk factors. So SAUSD is really equipped to serve as a centralized point due to their investment in youth mental health access, and it has built the infrastructure to serve as the centralized point for youth mental health services. And so some of those services include mental health professionals, coordination of services teams, school social workers, family and community engagement liaisons, school counselors, after-school professionals, registered nurses, and licensed school psychologists. And they partner with hospitals, mental health professionals, and other nonprofit groups to make this vision become a reality. So I'm really proud to proclaim February 2023 as the We Care Month and to recognize the Santa Ana Unified School District and the Youth Mental Health Subcommittee for their important work. And some of the folks that are present here today are the CEO of the Wooden Floor, which is Dawn Reese. Dawn. David Elliott from the Chamber, Nina Juan, the Executive Director of Noruz Clinic, Lisa Solomon, Steve Bressler, Jerry Almendares, Dr. Alfonso Alvarez, Dr. Lorraine Perez, Katie Brazier, Dr. Susi Lopez Guerra, Dr. Sonia Lamas, Cristo Diaz, David Ritchie, and that's just the folks that were part of the subcommittee. There's a much bigger umbrella that have been part of this effort that could not be here today. But I wanted to give Dawn and the board members and the superintendent the opportunity to address the public and to talk about the importance of this effort.
I made a couple remarks. So I'd like to thank the City of Santa Ana, Council Mayor Amezcua, Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez, council members for today's proclamation. When we began the Santa Ana Youth Mental Health Subcommittee in 2018, we created a community collective of like-minded people from companies, nonprofits, education, higher education, faith, and healthcare, who all have a heart for children and helping them to access mental health services in our city. Our steering committee met over the next 3 years. Due to our own due diligence efforts, we wanted to ensure that we looked for all the ways that children could access mental health access, education, and service delivery to create our set of recommendations, which we're currently just in the beginning stages of implementing with this proclamation today. And also, if you've been by the freeway on the 5, the water tower is now red. And so it's very exciting to shine the light on our work today. So the answer was right in front of us when we looked at who was the best organization to wrap the whole city, this collective group of people in our beautiful city of Santa Ana, to wrap the energy around. And instead of recreating the wheel, because that wasn't the goal, it was to bring all of this collective energy around Santa Ana Unified. I'm humbled and honored today for this proclamation by the City of Santa Ana, recognizing the extraordinary efforts of the Santa Ana Unified School District, which is bridging the work between our two entities, between the city and Santa Ana Unified. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez. When she heard these big ideas, she immediately saw the vision and has been on our committee for almost the last year. So I want to thank you. And also I'd like to thank staff member Mike Garcia and his team, who ensured that the water tower was lit red, and he didn't even share it with us, he surprised us. And I just want to thank him if he's listening. It's now a beacon of hope to ensure that all children and their families will be able to navigate their path to SAUSD and ensure that they have the access to help gain greater awareness about suicide prevention and mental health education. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank my co-chair, Drake Levashev, our subcommittee members for their faithful years of service, even during the pandemic, and also Jerry Almendarez, Dr. Sonia Lamas, Dr. Susie Lopez, David Ritchie, and Mayor Amezcua for all of your visionary leadership that you had in order to ensure that all of our students in Santa Ana Unified and all the children of Santa Ana have those resources they need to live really amazing lives for themselves. And I'd also like to thank Dave Elliott, who chairs and founded the Santa Ana Task Force, and now it's chaired by Steve Bressler. And lastly, I'd just like to thank my own board at the Wooden Floor for giving me the support so I can lead this important initiative. Thank you.
Well, I would just like to say thank you to Don and the Wooden Floor for chairing the committee, but also recognize Dr. Llamas and her team, and also extend the recognition to the mayor, who was part of a board that back in 2015 really found how important it was for mental health to be on the front burner. So we can't thank the city enough for their collaboration. Councilwoman, thank you for your involvement in this process, and we just can't, we're just so excited about the collective impact effort that we're going to have, hopefully having an impact on our students in a positive way. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager. I'm Dr. Alfonso Alvarez. I'm also a social worker by profession. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Santa Ana City Council for its proclamation supporting the We Care Mental Health Awareness and Suicide Prevention campaign. This proclamation will serve as a powerful show of unity and an important statement that we all care about the mental health of our community. Mental health has become even more important during these uncertain times. We have had to face and adapt to many changes, and mental health issues can add an extra layer of stress and hardship. It is essential that we remain united and work together to address mental health issues in our community. The We Care campaign is an opportunity for all of us to rally together and focus on mental health and suicide prevention. That is why I'm so thankful to the Santa Ana City Council for the proclamation and commitment to this important cause. I hope that our community can come together and join the We Care campaign to create a strong mental health safety net for those who need it. Thank you once again for your commitment to mental health and suicide prevention in Santa Ana, and thank you for lighting the water tower in red as a sign of your ongoing support.
Thank you, Alfonso. Good evening, Mayor Mescua and City Council members and community members. My name is Caitlin Brazier Sevis. Many of you know me as Katie as well. It's good to see a lot of familiar folks and community here tonight. I just really wanted to quickly express my gratitude, deep gratitude to the Santa Ana City Council for your proclamation and support of our district's We Care mental health awareness and suicide prevention campaign. I get to work as a family community liaison outside of my role as a board member. With SAUSD, I'm a family community liaison in another school district, and I get to work in our schools with students, families, and educators each day. And so a big shout out to our faces who are present today. I have a similar role, and so I deeply appreciate the work that y'all do too to support our students' mental health. So I get to see the realness of mental health and how it impacts our students in all school districts, right? In all of our families, each and every day. And so I think it's the work like the committee who's been doing this work for quite a while. I recently joined the board in the past, this last December. And so it's an honor to be able to join in this work that's been happening already and to see all the great work that's being done. So I just really wanted to express my gratitude to the committee and Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez for all of your efforts over the past years to really bring this to this point of a proclamation as a city to really stand together with the district, the school district, with Santa Ana Unified, and as a city to really send out the message that we care, literally, as our campaign is named, but also to make that space for our students and families to know that there are these safe spaces and people who they can come to get support for any kind of mental health concerns or things that they may be navigating or at home or in the community. And so I'm really looking forward to working in collaboration with the city and our council members on other future initiatives to better support our collective community. And I'm really proud to be part of this and really hope that this helps send that message out to our community that we care. And I really, again, just have a lot of gratitude and appreciation for you all for making mental health a priority for us here in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So there is going to be a month-long of activities. Please follow the district's page, social media, so that you can support. There's going to be a resource fair where you can attend also. And it's just really important that as a community, we are united in ensuring that our youth understand that we are here to support them and that they are not alone. So thank you.
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. We will now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chambers first, and then hear from those that are on the conference call or Zoom. Madam Clerk, I have the list here. Or do you want to? I'm sorry. All right, let's get started. Due to the number of comments, we're going to go to a 2-minute time limit. And then item 32 has quite a bit of speakers, so we're going to do a couple first and then go straight to item 32. So everybody has an opportunity to speak. Anthony Barella, please, followed by Tim Johnson, followed by Sanand, I'm sorry if I said that, Singh Sethi from SIVA. Please just get in line. Thank you to speak. Thank you. Mr. Barella, you have 2 minutes, please.
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name's Anthony Barella. I'm a fourth-generation member of the Santa Ana community. I'm here today with the hopes of shedding some light on some issues that we face every day as a member of the community. Last week, I was actually pulled over by Santa Ana police motorcycle for a modified exhaust. I am a working man who was on my way to work, and the issue is not about being pulled over. The issue is with the way that I was treated during this stop. During the stop, I was asked multiple times if I had guns or drugs on me or in my vehicle after answering no multiple times. The officers then began to continue to ask me if I was on probation or parole, which I am not. These officers took and ran my information and continued to insinuate that I may be on probation and again asked me about guns. I was informed that my vehicle was going to be impounded. I was taken out of my vehicle, placed with my hands behind my back. The officer then grabbed my fingers and began to search me for weapons or guns, or drugs, again asking me if I was in possession of weapons or drugs. As I remind you, I was only being pulled over for a modified exhaust. This police officer then had me take a seat. I asked if I can take a seat on the parking block and was told I had to sit on the ground. This was in the middle of a parking lot where there was plenty of oil all over the floor, and I was told still to sit on the ground. As I was being released, I had asked the officer back for my ID. When I had went to reach for my ID, the officer dropped it on the floor directly in front of me. Now, unfortunately, this is not where it ends. We not only have to deal with being dehumanized, we have to go through the financial aspects of the impound. I not only had to pay impound fees, I had to miss work, I had to go to a hearing to allow my vehicle to be released prior to 30 days, and pay the Santa Ana Police Department a $135 fee to fill out a form. Again, all being pulled over
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Tim Johnson, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the council. I want to speak real quick as a reminder. We have, I think, some appointments tonight, but we need to have some more appointments. I am on the Measure X Oversight Committee, and we currently do not have enough people on our committee to have our next meeting. This is a problem, and so if you're one of the folks that has a vacancy in your ward, I would ask that you please urgently find the right people to serve the residents in your ward, and appoint someone at the next meeting, because if it goes beyond that, I don't think that we're able to have our next meeting, which we are supposed to be giving you all a report, which we can't do that unless we have enough people to have a meeting. So that's my reminder, and I hopefully the next meeting we have some appointments, so we can have a full, not only a minimum, but we have a full committee, because that's what we all should be doing, representing those in our districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sanad Singh Sethi, I apologize, I'm sure I said that wrong.
You're doing great. Hi, my name is Sanan Singh Sethi. I'm representing the Seva Collective, and I'm accompanied by Bandana Singh and Ravin Kohli, the two other directors here with me in the audience.
Can you
we
speak
run
closer to the mic? I
Of course.
apologize.
We run a food distribution here in Santa Ana at the SAUSD headquarters. And first of all, I wanted to thank you, Mayor Mesqua, for being our supporter for many, many, many years. And wanted to also thank the city council members and the city manager's office for helping us with the Revive Santa Ana grant. I also wanted to thank SAUSD, who's been an amazing partner for us in the city and allowed us to use their headquarters to do the food distributions that we've been doing for the last several years. And we're excited to be able to continue our service here in the city, serving the community. Over the last 3 years, we've served nearly 3 million meals worth of food to the residents of Santa Ana, and we still serve about 1,000 families a month here in the city. And we have an amazing group of volunteers, hundreds of volunteers who are participating actively and coming out on a semi-monthly basis to help with the food distributions. So we just wanted to thank you for the faith you've put into us to allow us to serve the city, and we look forward to collaborating with you and partnering with you for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Barron and Nellie Turtleheart Legaspi, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to allow me to state my grievance. It's Republic Services. My brother and I own 2 apartment complexes on Broadway Street in Santa Ana. We've had to wait for service for 7 days for a pickup for trash from over 100 people. That's like, and the city has a woman on their task force. Her name is Daisy. She's the politest thing I've ever met. I've talked to the Santa Ana operations manager, Omar. He's very polite, and he always sends a truck within 48 hours of the time that I call him. But I have placed over 100 calls with my tenants and with our resident manager, and that's the only way we can get service. For example, between in the month of December, there were 13 scheduled pickups. Only 3 were completed per schedule. In January, we had another 13 pickups were scheduled. Only 1 was completed. I've got 100 people throwing trash into dumpsters. You've got food waste. You've got hygiene products. You've got tissues. You've got rotting food. This is an eyesore. I know you don't want slum-like conditions in the city of Santa Ana, and yet the inability of Republic Services to be consistent in picking up the trash is creating that condition. Certainly, there must be a non-performance agreement in the contract that this council or the previous council set up. It's not fair for the people to suffer. For 7 months, this Republic Services, a national company, cannot service your community. I don't care what else they're doing, but if they can't do the basics, you need to do something about
Thank you,
it,
Speaker.
please.
Your time is up.
Good evening, Mayor Mesqua, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members and neighbors. Good evening. My name is Nellie Ann Maya Turtleheart Legaspi. I am the Personnel Commissioner representing Ward 5, living in Ward 3. I'm also the chairwoman. I'm here to ask those of you who have vacancies to please appoint commissioners ASAP. I even brought one with me. Tonight you're going to be swearing in one. We need it. If the residents do not know, the Personnel Commission conducts the hearings for the employees and the police officers who appeal their discipline and or their termination. It is vital that the same members that are a part of the commission here on a hearing are consistent. It's only fair to the employees that they have consistent members on the board. We've been functioning with only 5. Right now we're down to 4. That is not okay. We want to make sure that we're treating the employees fairly, they get a good hearing. For the residents, what we do is we actually have a hearing right here in City Council. where we see the evidence. It is a non-political commission. I'll say it again, it's not political. We do not communicate with the council members at all. They don't tell us what to do. We follow the rules and the evidence, and that's it. And if you hear anything about this commission, they will tell you we are by the book. We don't play games. So I would encourage anyone that is out there in the community that wants to get involved in their city and do their civic duty, please reach out to us, reach out to your council members. The staff does give us training. We're not just thrown out in the wind by ourselves. We conduct it very efficiently. It is busy, but it's precise and concise and sufficient. So please, council members, I'm not going to call out what wards need a fill-in. I won't do that, but you know who you are. So I'm begging you, please, like the other commissioner said, I know y'all are busy, but let us do some of the work for you, that we're here to help you out. That's what your commissioners are for, to help you out. So please, once again, if you're interested, please look to us and let us know. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Dave Valia, followed by Danny Vega, followed by Mike Carter. You can line up when I call your name, please, so in the interest of time. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor Amescua and members of City Council, I sent these comments to you last night, but I'm here tonight too, so I thought I'd just read those comments to you. This is regarding agenda item number 32. As President and CEO of the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, I wanted to comment on this issue. I think it's very important that any business operating in our fine city needs to comply with all the regulations they are required to. If a regulation is not good, then change it. Unsafe and non-permitted vending is not fair nor good business to allow some to slide by while others comply. We want to be open for business and business friendly, but there are conditions that all need to follow. Lastly, enforcement of the regulations again needs to be fair for all. Many of our businesses have gone down the path with major investments in their businesses, and then they have to take some disadvantage of not complying. That's not good for business here in Santa Ana. So I just ask you to look at agenda item 32, and from a good business perspective, we need all businesses to comply with the regulations that are set forth by our city and by our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Vega.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Danny, resident of Ward 3, and I'm here in support of Councilmember Becerra's item to take a hard stance against unsafe and unpermitted sidewalk food vendors. We as a city need to send a message that if you want to conduct business here, you are welcome to do so, but you have to follow our laws. We cannot function as a society if we decide that some laws are not worth enforcing. I also stand in solidarity with these Santa Ana businesses who have been impacted by vendors who have decided that the law does not apply to them, and they've given themselves an unfair advantage. I also stand with those businesses who are afraid to speak up due to retaliation or because they don't want Telemundo knocking at their door. Also, think about the taxpayer's point of view. We gave ourselves the highest tax rate in Orange County. We pat ourselves on the back because we legalized marijuana, and one of the main reasons of that was because we could use the tax revenue to fund programs that we need. And then we're gonna allow these corporations, and forget where they come from, to come here and not pay taxes and contribute to our city? Please, this should not be controversial. I hope that you make it loud and clear and not politically sidestep, and let everyone know, don't come to my ward unless you're willing to follow our laws. Thank you.
Mike Carter, followed by Guillermo Lizalde, followed by Roberto Guzman.
Thank you. My name is Mike Carter. I also am here today to complain about the street vendor problem. We have a real issue that has been going on for months, and the city of Santa Ana has been terrific about trying to deal with this. I personally witnessed 5 different times when code enforcement confiscated the equipment from this company that's doing business here. They're a franchise business out of Los Angeles, and they're not concerned for our well-being. This has gone on so long that the asphalt company, American Asphalt, has already come out to patch up the area along our gutters because the degreaser they use breaks down the asphalt and creates a safety hazard. People have actually tripped in the potholes. We have potholes again. This is costing you time and money. Please help us. I know you're doing a really good job. Don't give up. Thanks for your time. Good night.
Guillermo Elizalde. Guillermo. Roberta Guzman. Followed by Nancy Tarrant.
Buenas noches a todos. Señora Amezcua, buenas noches al concilio. Queremos dar las gracias al señor Becerra por haber traído este tema a la mesa. Muchas gracias de parte de todos los dueños de negocios de comida de aquí de Santa Ana. Seguimos con la misma situación. Se está incrementando los negocios. Cada día hay 1 o 2 negocios más en la ciudad de Santa Ana y continúan burlándose de las autoridades. No les interesa nada. Están trabajando muy duro, Health Department, Code Enforcement, la policía, pero no es suficiente. Si por usar la banqueta no se les puede dar una sanción más fuerte, yo creo y opino que por estar vendiendo comida con alto grado o un alto riesgo de contaminación, creo que eso afecta a los residentes de la ciudad. Es ahí donde creo que podíamos trabajar, porque de otra forma esta gente sigue haciendo lo que quieren. Como dijo el joven anterior, este no es una ciudad para venir a trabajar o hacer lo que ellos gusten. Tenemos reglas, todos pagamos impuestos, pagamos permisos y necesitamos que por favor nos ayuden en todo esto. Hay algunas personas, algunos miembros del Consejo que apoyan este tipo de negocios. Nos gustaría saber quiénes son para poderles nosotros traer toda la documentación y toda la información que tenemos para que no estén a ojos cerrados, porque es muy profunda esta situación. Eso no nada más debe estar queriendo quitar a un vendedor, no, esto va más allá de eso, ¿ok? Nosotros queremos que se haga conforme a la ley todo. Nosotros no somos racistas, somos de la misma raza, somos hispanos, mexicanos. Nosotros queremos solamente que se haga una competencia legal para los dueños de restaurantes, los dueños de food trucks y todos los dueños que pagamos impuestos. Gracias.
Good evening to all, Mayor Amezcua, City Council members. Thank you, Councilmember Becerra, for bringing this topic to the table, to bring it forth. Thank you on behalf of all the legal vendors legal food vendors in Santa Ana. Every day, there are more businesses popping up. Every day we see 1 or 2 businesses that are coming in, and they're just laughing at the authorities, and they don't care. The health department, the city, they're doing what they can, but it's not enough. Maybe if we cannot punish them or fine them because they're selling on the sidewalk, maybe the fact that they're selling bad or contaminated food that's affecting people, maybe we can do something with that venue or through that way. So we don't want people to just, like the gentleman said before, to come here and do whatever they want. We want people who are here to pay taxes just like we are to get our permits. We need your help, and we need your help, and it's not an issue of just one vendor here and there that we want to get out. It's much more than that. It's a lot of them, and we need things to be lawful, to be done right. It's not a matter of us being racist. We're the same race. We're Hispanic, we're Mexicans, and we just want everything to be done legal with legal competition for all.
Thank you, Cesar. Nancy Tarin, and then followed by Irma Jaragui, followed by Arturo Escobar.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Nancy Tarín. Estoy ante ustedes para presentar la petición parecida a la que están hablando mis compañeros anteriormente acerca del problema de los vendedores ambulantes en las banquetas de nuestra ciudad. Estoy hablando como dueños de negocio, mi esposo y yo, mi esposo Toniel Tarín y yo hemos estado en esta ciudad con nuestro negocio Taquería Los Grandes por más de 30 años. Hemos contribuido económicamente a esta ciudad, hemos pagado nuestros impuestos, hemos pagado nuestras aseguranzas, hemos proveído empleo para muchas personas durante este tiempo y pues nos parece injusta la manera en cómo vienen estas otras personas a hacer negocio en Santa Ana. Queremos que por favor ustedes nos escuchen cómo nos está afectando esto económicamente, porque los clientes que estas personas tienen son clientes potenciales nuestros también. Entonces, esa es una de las cosas. La otra es que también nosotros somos residentes de Santa Ana. Queremos una ciudad bella, una ciudad limpia, y nosotros contribuimos a eso también con nuestros impuestos, con nuestro trabajo. Así que quisiéramos pedirles que hicieran todo lo posible porque nuestra ciudad se mire como las mejores ciudades de Estados Unidos. Sabemos que nuestra cultura trae ciertas costumbres, pero nuestras costumbres pueden quedar en nuestros países. Venimos a este país voluntariamente y debemos adaptarnos a las reglas que nos requiere este país. Gracias.
Gracias. Irma? As Irma's coming up, can Arturo Escobar please get in line, followed by Ignacio Ortega? Come on up, Irma. Yeah, you're speaking.
Good evening. Good evening to all. My name is Nancy Tarin, and I'm here to ask for something similar as we are talking about regarding the vendors on the sidewalks. I'm a business owner with my husband, Otoniel Tarin. We are owners of Taqueria Los Grandes for over 30 years, and we contribute to the city. We pay our taxes, we pay insurance, we employ a lot of people throughout all these years. And it's not fair that these people are coming in to take away our business in Santa Ana. So please, I'm asking that you listen to this issue that is affecting us economically and monetarily. And the issue is that also their clients are our potential clients. We are not only business owners, we are also residents of Santa Ana, and we want our city to be clean, to be a beautiful city, and we're asking you to do all you can so that we can have a city that is one of the best cities in the U.S. And we are working here for we are coming from other countries. We bring our customs sometimes, but sometimes other customs have to stay there because we are here in this country voluntarily, and we must follow all the laws. Thank you.
Irma?
Hello, good evening, Mayor, the council members. A pleasure to see all of you. Again, as everybody has spoken, there has been a proliferation of the street vendors, and I'm always thinking of ideas, right? I do applaud free enterprise. No question about it, I'm a self-employed person. But consider that if we could do a model to support those mom and pop shops that want to start and have designated areas zoned for food vendors and trucks too, possibly, where they can have support from the health department to how to do things properly, from the city, how to deal with fees, because these are people trying to start their business. So if they have support and give priority to Santa Ana residents, so they can also pay their employees, learn how to deal with taxes, get maybe some services from the community college, and support them in the right way, but in designated areas only, no streets, period, and have something where you can have a place where we can have a true golden city with support for small businesses. So that way we could have a more successful and truly golden city. Thank you.
Thank you. Arturo Escobar, Ignacio Ortega, Maria Sanchez, followed by Tim Rush.
Hello, good evening, council members and Mayor Amezcua. I see you once again here as when we met at the school board. So I'm here to speak on behalf of this issue with the street vendors. It is impacting our wonderful city, and I believe that, again, like the previous person said, a designated area, ways to work with them. We're spending all this money for the city to beautify Main Street, to do the streetcar down our Santa Ana Boulevard. For them to be filled up with street vendors, then there's no purpose in beautifying your city if it's just gonna be overtaken by street vendors. I have nothing against street vendors, but then again, we all need to follow those rules. The establishments pay their taxes. The establishment had built an establishment doing the right way, doing the right things, following those rules. Why do people need to come? Maybe they're from outside the city, but why do people come thinking that they can just walk all over those rules and there's no punishment, there's no consequence to the action they're taking? I believe that everyone should have a consequence to the action they're taking, and when they take that stance of being in the middle of a street or a sidewalk, they're knowingly making that decision. So then therefore there's a consequence. We should not be allowing for our city to continue to be a dumping ground. We've been a dumping ground from South counties to our cities for homeless. They drive them down here, they keep them here. Why do we continue being a dumping ground? I'm tired of my city to be continuing to be a dumping ground for other counties, for other cities. I want that to stop and continue beautifying our city for us who live here, us, the residents. So I please ask you guys to work on something for us as residents to feel proud. We have so many issues. We have homelessness, we have mental health. There's so many things out there, but this is another issue that's brought upon you guys that I do come to you guys to for a solution. I'm willing to work with any committee to help out in any way possible, but I want my city to continue to be beautified, not a dumping ground.
Thank you. Tim Rush. Charles Jackstis. I know I said that wrong. I apologize. Charles. Followed by Daniel Perez. If you can please also get behind Charles, please. Followed by Araceli Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Charles Jackstis, and I'm here to bring a very important matter for our family to your attention. My parents' restaurant and family business, El Tapatio Grill, located at 3700 West Warner Avenue, is currently being destroyed by the new owners who just purchased the property last year. Ever since the new owners bought the property, they have done so much to destroy and make our business suffer. They have also made many attempts over the last year to try and kick them out, and in very sneaky ways. But I am happy to say tonight that they have failed thus far. And only because we had to hire a real estate attorney to protect us, who is present here tonight. Also present here is my father, J. Victor Ibarra. And as you can imagine, it has gotten very expensive for us, and it's just horrible what these new landlords are doing. I'll give you an example of how these people operate. They recently decided to start demoing the entire foundation of the property, concrete, dirt, landscape, you name it, and all without providing us any notice. Bulldozers, tractor trailers, and dirt all over the place, blowing all over our property. They do this during business hours, and it's been interrupting business for quite some time now. We have customers and employees constantly complaining about having to blow in or breathe in dirt. We also do special events there, such as weddings on site, and we have a lot of them upset with us as well. We have made multiple attempts to contact code enforcement by email, leaving voicemails, and still haven't gotten any response from them. This is not how we expected the process would be when we finally felt the need to reach out to code enforcement and get them involved. We are being ignored, and we are asking for your help. My parents have been there for more than 2 decades, employing many, many people over the years. And so you can only imagine that my family's and my others and the others' livelihood is currently at stake right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Perez. Daniel Perez. Araceli Gonzalez. Are you Daniel Perez? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Daniel Perez, and I want to thank Councilmember Becerra for bringing this up to the table. And I'm here to talk about subject number 32. It is about the illegal stands here in our city, Santa Ana. And I was born in Mexico, Los Mochis, Mexico, and I came here in 2005. I am now a DACA recipient. I follow every rule that is here, the law, by the way it's written. And it's very unfair for us that me and my mom are now business owners. We've been business owners since 2013. We opened our own lunch truck. And we have followed every rules. We paid every tax that you guys, everything. And I want to talk to you guys about some of the rules that you guys have in your site here. It's written in your site. I want to say some of it, and I want you guys to understand where we come from. Things that are prohibited for the people that sell health and food. You cannot have additional lights. You would have to be bending within 200 feet from a school, park, community center, or playground, bending within 50 feet of a marked, unmarked crosswalk in intersection, bending that obstructs or creates hazards, restocking in public right-of-way, electrical power for public and private property, items in public right-of-way, bending where speed limit is 35 miles per hour or greater, no tables and chairs. These are all rules that every single day these illegal taco stands are violating every single day. We pay our taxes, we pay our permits, we follow the law, and it's very unfair for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Araceli Gonzalez.
Sí, buenas noches a todos. Mire, yo soy una persona más que tiene un negocio aquí en la ciudad de Santa Ana, que vengo con todos los compañeros. Somos un grupo grande. Si me hacían el favor de levantarse todos los que estén con nosotros del equipo, para que vean todas las personas, y esa es una parte pequeña de los que representan toda la ciudad de Santa Ana, que tenemos la misma preocupación, que se nos está acabando los ingresos para seguir sobreviviendo, que todos dependemos de nuestro negocio porque tenemos familias que alimentar, que pagar el pago de nuestras casas, que tenemos que pagarle los estudios a nuestros hijos, y esa es una preocupación grande. Y esto está pasando desde hace mucho tiempo, y muchos de nuestros compañeros restauranteros, loncheros, estamos batallando con el día a día porque no tenemos para solventar más gastos. Nosotros les pedimos, por favor, que encuentren la forma adecuada, sin perjudicar a nadie, de hacer unas reglas o buscar la forma de poder solucionar esta situación, porque nosotros dependemos de los ingresos de nuestro negocio y necesitamos seguir adelante. Y todo es un conjunto y una cadena. Si nosotros hacemos y tenemos buen negocio y seguimos funcionando, seguimos pagando impuestos, seguimos pagando aseguranzas, seguimos pagando empleados, y todo esto sigue girando y sigue funcionando la ciudad. Pero si no hay un control con esa situación de los vendedores ambulantes, se va a acabar la ciudad de Santa Ana. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora. Alex, there was no last name, I apologize. Alex?
Good evening to all. And
I apologize.
Sure. Good evening to all. I am here because I'm also had a business in Santa Ana, and we're here. We're a big group of people. I ask you all to stand, and you saw that. And we're all here, people. This group of people. This is a small representation of the greater group that is in Santa Ana that is concerned by this. We are not getting enough money from our businesses to survive. We depend on our businesses' income to feed our families, to pay for our homes, to pay pay for our kids' studies and all the expenses. So this is a big concern that's been going on for a long time. Our friends, the restaurant owners and the lunch truck owners, are having very difficult times. They're not getting enough money to pay for for all of our expenses. So please find a way, do something, implement some rules, or do something to solve this situation. We depend on the income from our businesses to support our families, and this is all a chain. If we do well, then we pay our taxes, then we pay our insurance, we pay our employees, and the city wins, and the city works best. And if not, then if you don't control the street vendors, then the city of Santa Ana will go down.
Thank you, Cesar. Alex?
Hi. First of all, well, we're here just for all the street vendors. You guys already know they don't pay taxes, they don't do a lot of things. But three of the most important things that a lot of the people that was here didn't say, it was just, first of all, they don't have no health department at all. So I recall, you cannot sell anything if you don't have a health department, at least food. So it looks like no one is actually paying attention to that. So if they don't have a health department, how they can sell food in Santa Ana? That's one thing. Number two, they don't have a license to sell in Santa Ana. Number three, they don't even have a food handler. So how are they gonna cook or handle food if they don't have these three things? I know it might be our own fault because we still go and buy stuff from them. So, but the thing is just, the question that I'm gonna ask you is just, how can these people selling food in your city without health department and the other two licenses? I'm here on a personal matter because my mom is 75 years old. She cannot walk, and one day I just decided her to take on her wheelchair around the block, and guess what? I wasn't able to actually do it. So why? Because there on the sidewalk, it's a lot of street vendors. So I don't think this is fair. So the only thing I'm asking you, we've been going through this for the past 2.5 years. I know you weren't here. I know it's a lot on your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is
but
up.
Just think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yarsi, again, I apologize, Yarsi. Yarali. Tacos Piolín. Yarali. Did I say that wrong? Okay, next one, Maria Garcia. After Maria Garcia, can I have Jose Luis Sandoval waiting, please?
Buenas noches. Buenas noches a todos. En la junta anterior yo expuse mi caso y hoy vengo otra vez a recordarles y a pedirles su ayuda para que hagamos algo sobre esta invasión que se ha hecho en la ciudad. El propósito de todo esto es para que nosotros, como dueños de negocios, podamos seguir empleando a nuestra propia gente dentro de nuestra ciudad y seguir adelante, seguir avanzando, hacer un esfuerzo por recuperar la ciudad. Anteriormente yo ya expuse mi caso. Para mí fue muy triste y muy lamentable haber tenido que cerrar mi food truck para hacer otra alternativa, ¿no? Incluso yo había expuesto, ¿verdad?, que había hablado con mi hijo sobre las reglas que hay en la ciudad y él me comentaba. Ahora yo me pregunto cómo les puedo decir a los niños que hay que cumplir las reglas cuando en la ciudad no se están cumpliendo. Lo único que les pido, ¿verdad?, que nos escuchen, que hagan algo, un buen trabajo, un buen desarrollo para el futuro de aquellos niños que están viendo el ejemplo de nosotros como padres o de las autoridades. Es lo único que yo puedo exponer en este día, porque ya se ha dicho mucho, ya se ha expuesto mucho, y en realidad siento que nada más son como palabras que se lleva el viento. Entonces yo quiero hacer hincapié, porque yo soy una realidad de haber cerrado mi negocio por esta problemática que está pasando en la ciudad. Ese es mi sentir. Gracias.
Good evening to all. I was here at the last meeting and I gave you my story, and I'm here to remind you of that and ask you for your help regarding this invasion that we are suffering in our city. And this is very sad that many business owners are suffering, and we have to. This is a very big problem. It's sad that I had to close my food truck, close my business because of this situation. And I told you that I spoke to my son about the rules and the rules that are changing. And my question is, how can we tell the children to follow the rules if the city is not following the rules? So I'm here asking you to listen to our plea and to do something because the kids are seeing the example that the city is giving. And I'm feeling that we are here and we're not doing it much. These are words in the wind. So again, I tell you the story, my personal story that I had to suffer and go through because I had to close my business because of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Guillermo Elizalde, please.
Hi, good evening to all. My name is Guillermo Elizalde. I'm the owner of Superantoitos across the street from the college, right on Bristol Street, 1702, North Bristol. And, you know, I'm going to touch subject on pretty much what everybody else, a few people talk about it. And it's just the fact that we have so many vendors on the street. And the thing that I asked myself, we survived the pandemic. And, it was a hard time for all the family that depend on the work that we provide. And it is now becoming another headache with the vendors. And I think the vendors are really killing us because they have no limitations. They can stay, I don't see them to have a guidelines on how far from our business they can have their own business and get set up every night. And they can offer so many items that never thought they would. From now on they have dessert, they have all pretty much most of the things that we have in our menu, they also have them available too. And I don't think it's fair for us, and it's not being fair for, like I said, the pandemic was a big headache, and now we're going through this now. I really I'm impressed at how much is growing, and you see it everywhere. I mean, it's just that I'm on Bristol Street, and they really affect my business, and I see them everywhere on Bristol Street. And I'm seeing everywhere else. So I just, this is my first time I'm speaking here, and I really, I hope something can be done. And I, like I said, our family, four marriages that work on our business. So we depend pretty much on what do we do and what we produce every day. So we have to bring food to the table. And with these people blocking us, we can do that. I mean, I need your support, I need your help. And like I said, we've been around for 30-some years, and I want to stay in business for another 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jose Luis Sandoval. Jose Luis Sandoval. Jose Isaac. Jose Isaac. Elias Villarreal.
Misa Mezcua, un placer de mirarla aquí. Yo tengo 5 hijas y estoy con el mismo problema. Me da gusto de tener una mujer aquí como presidenta. Gracias. Algunas caras las he mirado en las redes y orgulloso de esta ciudad. Tengo 30 años haciendo negocio en la ciudad de Santa Ana. Y ahora, por los últimos 2 años, he estado viendo el problema que está pasando por todas las banquetas de la gran ciudad, que es nuestra ciudad, mi ciudad, ya la adopté como mi ciudad. 30 años haciendo negocio, pagando taxes. Es una cosa preocupante porque yo no estoy ni siquiera que los quitemos, simplemente que sigan las reglas. A mi restaurante, a mis negocios, va cada 3 meses Health Department y tengo que estar al día, al minuto, porque no me avisan cuándo van a ir. Y mi pregunta es, si yo voy a ir a comer un taco de ahí de la banqueta, ¿en dónde se lavan las manos? Que no tiene que estar, que no tiene una medida, el agua, el termómetro, donde llegan y lo revisan en mis restaurantes. Entonces yo, de verdad, lo único que yo quiero es todos parejos, como dicen en mi tierra, todos parejos o todos, que es aquí mi tierra. De verdad, dispensen mi preocupación, pero tengo muchos biles que pagar. Y entonces, si todos estamos parejos, todos nos vamos a ir de la mano. Pero así yo no puedo estar pensando en que si mañana voy a tener para mis biles, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué? Porque se ponen 2 junto a mi negocio, grandes, que si ellos siguen las reglas, encantado. Porque yo soy una persona que vivo con las reglas, porque aquí, si queremos estar aquí en este gran país, en mi país, tenemos que seguir las reglas. Muchas gracias y de verdad me da mucho gusto que nos hayan escuchado y que nos den una oportunidad. Tenemos casi 1 año yendo a todas las oficinas que nos dan. Gracias.
Gracias, señor.
Good evening. I'm here. I'm Mayor Amezcua. It's a pleasure to see you again. I have 5 daughters myself, and it's great to see you as a woman, as a mayor here in the city. And I see some of your faces, the rest of the people up there on social media. I've been a business owner in Santa Ana for over 30 years, and for the last 2 years, I've been going through this problem with the sidewalk vendors in this city, in my city. It's my city as well, and for the last 30 years, I've paid my taxes, and it's now concerning because I don't want these people to go away. I just want them to follow the rules. And the businesses, in my business, every 3 months, I get the health department's visit, and they come unannounced. So I have to follow the rules every day because I don't know when they're coming. I have a question about these tacos in the sidewalk. Where are they washing their hands? Where is their temperature control? They have to have the temperature control for what they're doing and their food and everything else. Everybody needs to be equal, as they say in my town. I'm sorry to bring this concern, but I have bills to pay, and everybody needs to be equal. It's a concern because I'm not getting enough money to pay my bills, and these people are next to my business. If they're next to my business and following the rules, that's fine, but we all must be equal. Thank you for listening, and this has been going on for over a year.
Thank you. Jaime Flores, followed by Desi Reyes.
Buenas noches. Creo yo ya todo lo dijeron. Creo yo que ya están enterados de todo lo que está sucediendo. Y es lamentable escuchar todo esto porque en los 40 años que yo llevo viviendo aquí, he visto esto se ha vuelto un caos. ¿Por qué? Hace muchos años, la policía cada vez que veía a algún vendedor, lo removía y se iba. Ya no volvía a salir. Ahora, ¿qué pasa? ¿Dónde surgió esta compañía de taqueros ambulantes? Esto surgió cuando vino la pandemia, que dio el gobernador el permiso para que los restauranteros sacaran sus mesas. ¿Y qué pasó? Que ellos lo sacaron, pero ellos agarraron el tiempo para poder ellos también instalarse. Ahorita no se les puede quitar. Es una compañía, no sé cómo se está manteniendo, es muy fuerte, porque ellas les han tirado 16, 17 veces la comida y siguen todavía en pie. Yo llevo aquí, tengo negocios Y yo creo que venimos a este país para progresar, no para destruir. Si tenemos nosotros nuestras malas intenciones de querer hacer esto, pues yo creo que para eso están estas estancias. Estamos con leyes a donde nosotros pagamos nuestros impuestos, pagamos a nuestros empleados y no tienen los empleados ni miedo para llegar salubridad, ni los policías que nos lleguen a revisar, porque estamos dentro de la ley. Y yo creo que ya todos les dijeron, es cosa que ustedes deben de agarrar cartas en el asunto y ponerle ganas para que esto salga de lo mejor. No queremos tener ninguna pelea con nadie, porque esto ustedes lo tienen que resolver, no nosotros. Gracias.
Gracias, señor.
Good evening to all. It's
Good evening, Mayor, City Council.
Desi, hold on, he's going to translate.
Good evening to all. Everything has been said. It's just sad to hear what's been going on. I've been in the city for over 40 years, and right now this is just chaos. And for years ago, when there was a street vendor, the police came and they kicked him out, and that was it. But now I don't know what happened. I think what happened is this company or big company or corporation is coming, and it came from the pandemic. And the governor, because of the pandemic, allowed food to be sold and served outside. And now you cannot take them away. So I don't know if it's a very strong company or what, but they take away their food or throw away their food 16, 17 times, and they're still at it. So I'm here to ask you to do something. We're here in this country to build, not to destroy. We need to follow the laws. We need to pay our taxes. We need to pay our employees. And we are not afraid. If the health department comes, it's fine. The police comes, it's fine, because we're following the rules. So please do something. We don't want to fight with anybody. So please, need to solve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Desi?
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Many years ago, I live in a street that there's no parking between midnight and 6. And one evening I forgot and left my car parked, blocking the sidewalk. Somebody called me, and guess what? I got a ticket because I was blocking the sidewalk. What is the difference between the vendors blocking a sidewalk, not getting a ticket for violating the rules of ADA, American Disability Act? You can't, you're in a vehicle, us getting a ticket for blocking a sidewalk. I don't know if these people are getting cited for blocking sidewalk, but I think they should get cited if it's the same rule, logically. I'm in support of 32. I see these people all the time, especially on 17th Street by the Albertson store, blocking right there at the corner all the time. So the main reason I'm here also is because I wanted to mention these businesses. Social Security offices, Santa Ana Zoo, Holiday Inn Express, Jack in the Box, Islamic Center of Santa Ana, DMV, Avidos and Ranchitos. These are all destinations on First Street, East First Street. And as you know, East First Street has a problem of narcotics. It's not homeless, it's narcotics. That needs to be addressed. I know it's being addressed. Thank you, Councilmember Jesse Lopez, for addressing the issue, but I think the city manager and the police chief need to take a more harsh enforcement in that area. It's gotten a little better, I've noticed. I drove by there today, this evening before I came here. It was pretty clean. But, you cross that bridge into Tustin, it's a whole different, it's like Disneyland. You cross into Disneyland, you come west into Santa Ana, it's a different story. So you got people coming from all over the county to these offices, and the first thing they see is this issue. That needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Paul Simon, followed by Kate Hirsch, followed by Christy Ward.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, good evening. My name is Paul Simons with Kurt Pringle and Associates. We work with folks all over the county to work through challenges with local government. Tonight, I'm here with my client, Turner Capital, and share ourselves. Our team has been working with the city for nearly a year on a project that would be a $9 million real estate purchase, an investment of more than $25 million into the Santa Ana community, and the delivery of more than 120 high-paying jobs. And that's not to speak of all the medical, dental, and vision services they'd be providing for any and all Santa Ana residents. This effort was derailed after the City Council passed an urgency ordinance December 20th, which would require any medical office operated by a nonprofit or a philanthropic entity in the professional zone to secure a conditional use permit. Previously, the professional zone permitted medical and dental offices by right. There had been a lot of dialogue with city staff throughout the last year working through this project. In fact, staff shared with us November 28th we could proceed. As we hired architects, finalized our plans, and readied for submission, the urgency ordinance was passed. We were never told this was happening. We had been working with city staff in good faith for nearly a year. The issue is not a CUP. The issue is that the seller does not want to hold the property any longer, much less the amount of time it would take to secure a CUP. Had we known this was going to be the process, perhaps we would have made a different business decision. During the first city council meeting of this year, this body passed the first reading of a zoning ordinance, which is up for second reading tonight. It further codifies the urgency ordinance from December. We are respectfully requesting you pull item number 6 from consent calendar and reopen the public hearing to strike section 1641-343.5P. We ask that you do so for the betterment of the entire community. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members.
Thank you. Kate Hirsch.
Hello, my name's Kate Hirsch, and I'm here from Turner Impact Capital. I'm requesting that the council pull item number 6 from the consent agenda and reopen the public hearing to discuss how this ordinance affects a project that we're working on in the city of Santa Ana. We opened escrow on the office building at 2670 North Main Street in Santa Ana last March for a new facility for Share Ourselves. After receiving internal approvals for this $30 million plus project, we immediately engaged city staff to navigate the approvals process to locate SOS at this site. That's what brings us here today. We've been working in good faith with the city for the last 10 months and have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on vetting this property. We have gone through multiple application processes, first submitting a minor exception in August, only to be denied in October without any interim correspondence. Then submitting a major remodel application in December after multiple coordination meetings with city staff, only to be told that this process no longer applies to us and our project now requires a CUP for approvals. The passage of the urgency ordinance 2022-07 in December and this ordinance 2022-03 puts us back at square one with our city approvals. The property seller is not willing to extend our escrow for the time required to secure a conditional use permit. So if in fact our project is required to get a CUP, unfortunately it's no longer a viable project for us due to timing. We have issue with the language in the ordinance and how it affects strong operators like SOS from operating in Santa Ana. And we also have issue with the fact that this ordinance can come into effect and jeopardize a project that we've been working with the city on for the last 10 months. So we respectfully ask that council reconsider the language in the ordinance and its impact on strong projects like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Ward. Followed by Rosario Galeas.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. My name is Christy Ward, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Share Ourselves, which is a community health center that is celebrating 53 years of operation in Orange County. We currently operate 7 clinics across the county and have been in Santa Ana for the last 14 years on the El Sol Academy campus on Broadway. I'm here this evening to respectfully ask the City Council to pull item 6 off the consent calendar and reopen the public hearing for the proposed zoning ordinance amendment that is slated for second reading and approval today. I ask specifically that the City Council reconsider the definition of a medical office as it relates to zoning to find language that better defines when a CUP would be needed for medical offices based on the services that medical organizations plans plans to provide rather than how an organization is funded. To point out the language that I'm referencing, the proposed zoning ordinance amendment states specifically, quote, medical offices operated by government subsidized, not-for-profit, or philanthropic entities, unquote, will require a higher level of scrutiny through a conditional use permit solely because of the way that they are funded. As the CEO of Share Ourselves, I believe this proposed definition of medical office to be inequitable and flawed by unnecessary placing a burden of additional scrutiny and cost to organizations like Share Ourselves without regard to the services or level of quality that the organization provides. We are further concerned that the language may be precedent-setting for similar language to be proposed in other zoned areas across the city moving forward. So we again ask for the item to be pulled so that we can provide letters and our comments during an open process. So I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosario.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Rosario Charis Galeas. I live, work in Bogota, the city of Santa Ana, and I work in a community-based organization here in the city for more than 16 years, first as a community health worker or promotora, and now as a program coordinator for the Children and Youth Engagement Department. So today I'm here to talk about my personal story and the relationship with Share Ourselves, or SOS organization, and to talk about the negative impact that the proposed zoning ordinance will have in our community. My parents and I are patients of the Share Ourselves, and my mom and dad have received services for more than 10 years with this organization. And back in 2010, my mom health complications due to diabetes began to be more serious, and at that time she didn't have health insurance, and I was struggling to cover the medical expenses out of pocket. And it's when then I came across this organization. So SOS provided high quality health and dental care and medication at no cost for my mom. And 2 years later, we were fortunate to have my parents qualify for health insurance, and we decided to stay with Share Ourselves because we really liked the quality of care that my parents received and how they treated them. So I was super, super happy for Share Ourselves to be in my life. So in 2017, I was nominated to be a board member and representing the community. And today I'm here because when in that board meeting, they mentioned that we want to expand the services in Santa Ana, and I was super happy. And we never thought that something so positive, as expanding our services in the city, will be so difficult. So today I'm asking you to please making sure that if the ordinance proceeds as it is, will impact the community that here in Santa Ana that needed it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Klatt, followed by Lisa Salisbury, please.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Will Clatty. I'm the board chair of Share Ourselves, and I too am here to ask the city council to take the amendment concerning government subsidized medical centers off the calendar and to open the public hearing. There are so many issues with this ordinance. There's no way I could address them in 2 minutes. We've submitted written comments which more fully express the concerns. We would ask that those be placed in the public record. But I do want to share one very important problem with the ordinance. If this ordinance goes into effect, the city will lose millions of dollars each year in federal funding that will otherwise go to community health centers to care for the health needs of your citizens. I'm going to repeat that. If this ordinance goes into effect, you will lose millions of dollars every year in funding that will otherwise go to care for the needs of your citizens. Now, I'm sure that is a surprise to you because you had no intention of doing that. This is a reason why this ordinance needs to go back to a first reading. How could something like that happen? Well, the reason it happened is that this ordinance didn't follow the path of the other ordinances included in the amendment. It was asserted at the 11th hour. In fact, it wasn't even noticed in the public commission hearing on December 12th because it got stuck in too late. So there was no opportunity for public comment before the Planning Commission. 8 days later, it gets bundled up.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Lisa Salisbury, followed by Vanessa Serta. Vanessa, if you can please come in and wait up here on the side, followed by Albert Castillo. Lisa Salisbury.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Lisa Salisbury. Thank you for serving your community, and I do my share to serve our community by being a broker, lawyer, litigator. And my job is to help businesses succeed, and I'm trying desperately to do that, especially here in Santa Ana, with 2 minority-owned businesses that are being plagued by a serious problem that I hope we can work together to solve. You heard from Mr. Jacks just earlier. The property at issue is 3700 West Warner Avenue here in Santa Ana. It's a 2-acre industrial parcel. However, it has been thriving over the last 2 or 3 decades because my clients, family owned, have operated successfully El Tapatio Grill. The adjoining tenant was Loham, doing meat production here in Santa Ana successfully. Together, they have facilitated jobs for about 30 people, and that's our concern. What we will do is continue to work with the city, but as Mr. Jacks just said, it has a price tag for us to call code enforcement and to understand why we don't have communication. So that we're on the same page, Loham submitted work order 1303181 early December 2022, 4 months ago. El Tapatio Grill submitted to code enforcement work order 1300547 in early December. The 2-acre parcel, 75% of it has been demoed, right on down to the dirt. We have removal of asphalt, we have removal of concrete, landscaping, etc. Where is the oil going? Was it properly disposed of? Why is there no permit for such a significant removal of earth here in our city? Code enforcement, I need you. Call me. Lisa Salisbury, you know me. I have called you. That, and furthermore, I personally was told by the buyer they will not get city permits. I thought they were joking.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vanessa Serta, please, followed by Albert Castillo.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members. So I'm here on a non-item agenda. It's regarding the historic Cypress Fire Station located on 625 South Cypress Street, right on Bishop and Cypress, right across from the Dollar Tree store. The community would like to see a restored building for the community use as a history and youth center with high advanced technology center and a safe haven space where youth can have access from Monday through Friday, including weekends, where every youth is allowed and it's not in a waiting list. We are aware that a PAL center is in the midst. I believe that a PAL center will not be a great fit for this community since this will be the second one in the same Pacific Park community. SAPD did a presentation that a PAL center will be an ideal because the presence of police officers will keep the drug users away from the community and it will make it safer. But if we are transparent, that particular area is known for their counterfeit activity for decades here in the city of Santa Ana. Santa Ana has so much beauty to offer. We just need to water it with the right amount of water. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Albert Castillo, followed by Jose Hernandez. Jose.
Just want to say, I love those street tacos. They're the best, you know. So
I hope you figure something out with that situation. I'm here to talk about item 5, stabilizing the downtown Inc. In 2006, there was a plan in the Logan, Lacey, and downtown area to replace homes and businesses with luxury homes that Santana residents could not afford. That plan was called the Renaissance Plan. Displace us and replace us. In 2009, Downtown Inc. was formed along with the PBID. They were mostly outsiders who received tax dollars from small businesses who then and today did not know where that money was going to. Many Latino businesses were getting displaced and replaced. They did not value our culture, our art, or our businesses. We as residents, small business owners, community activists, Protege Santana, and Chicanos Unidos had a long campaign against these unjust and racist acts by Downtown Inc. But we know it doesn't end here today. La lucha sigue hasta la victoria siempre. Thank you.
Jose Hernandez? He left. Renacio Chavez? Renacio Chavez?
El propósito de mi visita a esta junta es de felicitar a la primera mujer alcaldesa en esta bella ciudad de Santana y también decirle que con su triunfo en las pasadas elecciones también adquirió una gran responsabilidad: solucionar los grandes problemas que actualmente enfrenta nuestra ciudad. Por ejemplo, la falta de seguridad que enfrenta la población, la indigencia, graves problemas con la recolección de basura por parte de la nueva compañía que contrataron, y ahora lo nuevo, el corredor de la calle Main. La calle Main se ha convertido en una trampa que podría ser mortal para visitantes y personas de la tercera edad. Desde que se colocaron esos maceteros han habido decenas de accidentes, algunos tan fuertes que poco ha faltado para que terminen en muerte. Sin embargo, señora alcaldesa, leí su boletín y le digo que va a hacer más falta que regalar 1000 juguetes en el Festival de Tamales, y si en el futuro va a tomar café con los líderes, por favor escúchelos. Esos líderes saben exactamente lo que necesita la ciudad de Santana para que esta ciudad sea una ciudad de vanguardia, como usted dice. Y juntos enfrentar los grandes retos que aquejan a esta ciudad y buscarle una solución innovadora a los problemas. También la felicito por querer asegurar los fondos federales y estatales para mejorar la infraestructura de Santana. Mejorarla, no empeorarla. Cuando presentaron el proyecto de la calle Main a la Asociación de Vecinos de Lacey, yo estaba ahí presente y recuerdo que la mayoría de los asistentes dijeron que no iba a disminuir la velocidad, sino al contrario, iba a traer problemas. Sin embargo, esas reuniones solo las usan para presentar proyectos, no para preguntarle a la gente lo que necesitan.
Señor, por favor, termine su tiempo. Gracias, muchísimas gracias.
Voy a tener que venir de nuevo.
Gracias.
The purpose of me being here is, first of all, to congratulate you as the first female mayor in Santa Ana. Your success at the last election gives you not only a success, but also gives you great responsibility, which is to solve the great problems that we have in our city, which include the lack of safety, homelessness, the trash collection problems with a new company, and now the new problem with the Main Street corridor, which is an almost a deathly trap to visitors and possibly the elderly. There are dozens of accidents that happen often, some of them almost deathly or fatal. So in your bulletin, you need to do more than just what you say in your bulletin, more than just giving 1,000 toys at the Tamale Festival. You need to do more than that. And when you have coffee with the community leaders, listen to them because they know what the city needs to succeed. So we need to find solutions and innovative solutions to all these problems. And I congratulate you on bringing money from the federal and state funds for Santa Ana infrastructure. That is good. But when I went to the meeting, when we had the meeting for the Main Street project with the city, with Lacey neighbors, and I realized that these meetings are only to present their projects and not to listen to the people. So if I don't have enough time, I guess I have to come back.
Thank you. I'm going to take things a little out of order if the council will allow me to. We've had commissioners or community members that have been waiting to be sworn in. Again, thank you for all the public comments. We're going to ask that those that are waiting online, if they give us a few minutes, please. Is that okay? Does that work with my council members up here? Perfect. Great, thank you. Items 7, 8, and 9. Madam Clerk, are the appointed members present to administer the oath of office? We'll do the mayor's commissioners. They were approved at the last council meeting. If they can please be called and they can come up. And before you do that, the other item is, item 7 is appointing Isabel Guerra for the Youth Commission. Item 8 is appointing the boards and commissioners nominated by Councilmember Vasquez. And item 9 is appointing Jennifer Oliva, nominated by Councilmember Penalosa. Can you do a roll call if there's any objections?
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve items 7 through 9.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilman Zai. We're going to do a roll call, ma'am?
Mayor, can I please confirm that we don't have anybody online wanting to speak on the appointments?
We do not.
The Zoom
Go
calls.
ahead, you can confirm.
Any speakers on Zoom, if you would like to speak on items 7, 8, or 9, please raise your hands now. Seeing none, we can proceed.
There's a first and a second. Do a roll call for a vote, and then we'll proceed to swear in the commissioners. And then we'll go back to the regular agenda.
Councilmember Becerra? Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0 with 2 absent.
Great, thank you. If you can call up the ones that are my appointees, please, followed
Mayor?
by Commissioner, Councilmember
Mayor?
Vasquez. Yes.
Just for clarification, Norma, you said 4s? You said 5, right?
There's 5.
It was 5.
Sorry. 5-0 with 2 absent.
Yes, it was 5-0. 5 with 2. Okay. So we'll do the mayors, then do Councilman Vasquez's, and then Councilmember Peñalosa.
Madam Mayor, my commissioner will be sworn in at the first planning commission meeting.
Perfect. All right.
If I can please have Dr. Susie Lopez Guerra, Celica Diaz, Ana Laura Padilla, Mario Alvarado, Irma Jairegui, Ernie Gomez, Chris Leo, Timothy Johnson, and Isabella Guerra. If you can please come up.
will support and defend the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon I'm about to enter. Thank you.
I'll get it.
Try to get the drum.
If present, can I please have Councilmember Vasquez's appointees, Jose Hernandez, Maria Zacarias Torres, Janelle Hardy, Gabriela Hernandez Castillo, Manuel Escamilla, Elen Jaimes, please come up.
All enemies.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. I'm like, where are they?
Madam Clerk, if you can see if there's any callers on that wish to speak.
Yes, we have 6 speakers.
6 speakers?
Yes.
2 minutes, please.
Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Before unmuting the callers, I would like to provide a summary of the emails we received, comments we received via email. We have, for item 22, the food distribution programs, we received an email in support of the item. Item 32, the unsafe and unpermitted sidewalk food vending. As of 4 p.m., we had received 14 emails. Non-agenda items, one Santa Ana resident in opposition of the recall, and one Santa Ana resident in support of Orange County Power Authority Energy Program. Zoom ID, Roxana, please select the microphone icon to unmute from your device and proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Amezcua. You are an inspiration to every little girl like my daughter, who in the future can aspire you to be like you. I will read my letter that I submitted to the members. This is for item number 32. I'm a resident of the city of Santa Ana, Ward number 5. I would like to express my disapproval and concern about the illegal street taco stands that keep appearing on a daily basis around the city of Santa Ana, California. My quality of life is being placed in danger as I'm unable to take a walk around my neighborhood. The taco stands are taking over the sidewalks, preventing citizens like me from taking a walk around my neighborhood. In addition, it is unsanitary as the taco stands do not have the proper food and health measures as the ones that a restaurant and food trucks have. Also, the taco stands tend to leave food waste and plastic around the sidewalks and the streets. The food waste not only attracts rodents, but it also is unsafe for children that walk around this area. If we take a look at this from the economic perspective, it is taking away business from legal locations that pay taxes, rent, and food and health licenses fee. If this issue continues, then the city of Santa Ana will soon become inundated with many more, and all sidewalks around the city will be blocked. Perhaps setting a designated area for this type of food sale could help those citizens that are trying to sell their product. I urge you, as an elected city officials, to please remove these illegal taco stands from the city of Santa Ana. Other cities, Newport Beach, Irvine, Costa Mesa, do not allow this. Why does my city allow for this? Thank you.
Caller whose phone number ends in 8477, please dial *6 from your phone and proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. This is Dale Helvig, Ward 3. A couple things. Yesterday, the pre-application for Legacy Square came out, and it will be effective until February 17th. So I look forward to the process and screening, and hopefully that doesn't take long to accept the applications. Another item is the 55 freeway expansion project. I'm hoping that we have someone from Santa Ana actively involved in that project, such that we don't end up with just solid sound walls that are essentially terrible looking for the community. It is a border of the east side, so hopefully Santa Ana is working with Caltrans on that. Last item is item 32. Everybody's talked about it, and I agree that it's gotten out of control. Code enforcement, health department have an undaunting task of trying to enforce these unpermitted and potentially unsafe conditions of the sidewalk food vendors. You as city council need to help them out by establishing guidelines or essentially an ordinance to curtail this. You've heard last month that people were upset about it, ruining their businesses or impacting their businesses, I should say. And so hopefully we can do something to help them out. You know, they've been doing the right thing for so long. We've got through COVID. Now they're dealing with this. So please help them out. And I look forward to an open discussion on item 32 later on tonight. Thank you.
Zoom ID, Loncherita, please select the microphone icon to unmute from your device and proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello. Oh, good evening, council members and fellow business owners. I'm Armando Nunez, resident of Ward 5, and I'm just here to talk about item number 32 on the agenda. Basically, like all the other people have said or mentioned, it has gotten just out of hand. And I'm here speaking on behalf of all other business owners that are scared to speak up about the topic in fear of retaliation, because I know I've been very vocal about it in my community, and I've gotten a lot of hate over it. But it shouldn't be that way, because my business is still, I've only been in business 3 years, but I pay my taxes and I abide by all the local health rules. And it's unfair for these people to come out of the city and, basically come destroy our street. But that's it. Thank you for hearing me out.
Zoom ID, John Ramirez, please select the microphone icon to unmute from your device and proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes to speak. John.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is John Ramirez, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 and have lived in the city for over 40 years. I'd like to comment on item 32 regarding the unsafe and unpermitted sidewalk vendors. I encourage the council to support a draft stating the city's opposition to unsafe and unpermitted sidewalk food vending, and also to prioritize the enforcement of existing regulations related to sidewalk vendors. I believe these out-of-town unpermitted sidewalk vendors are taking advantage of the laws to line their pockets for corporations, and it is unfair that they get to conduct their business daily while other hardworking vendors in our city and from our city have to adhere to the laws, rules, and obtain permits and go through inspections, unlike these pop-up vendors lining our sidewalks. Again, it is simply not fair to legitimate vendors in our city, and you, as our city council, need to recognize and do something about that. It is only a matter of time before something really bad will occur from these unpermitted vendors being allowed to operate. Do not wait until the bad happens before you all decide to get on board with condemning them and taking action. Be proactive and do something about it now. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. Have a good evening. This concludes my comment.
Caller whose phone number ends in 4010, please dial *6 from your phone and proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Victor Mendez from Ward 3. Just kind of a general observation about tonight's call. And, it sounds like we have some job issues going on in the city in terms of job development, job preservation. And while these issues might be kind of isolated, I think it kind of conveys a central theme that the council and staff have just simply got to do a better job of honing in and trying to maximize the effort to get more jobs and preserve more jobs here in the city. Because I'm just hearing a lot of everything that's coming out today is about job and economic opportunity. Not to say we don't try or don't do some good things. It just, for whatever reason, there seems to be a very strong theme about job preservation, and economic development. So that's just an observation. I hope you can take it to heart. Along that line, item 15 and 16, we're back to our old auto purchases. Significant. There's probably about $4 million that is going out to other areas or other businesses outside the city. And from someone who really understands the car industry, I would raise that purchase to be about an $8 to $10 million overall economic impact to the city. Now, having said that, there seems to be a very good justification for number 16. You're kind of going through a master purchasing agreement. And number 15, who knows? We do have a local Chevy dealer. Putting all that aside, here's some suggestions. Perhaps you can just up the local local points to for when they go out to purchasing to maybe 10 rather than 5. And by that I mean somebody who's based in Santa Ana. The other thing that I think is a very important value is to increase the city's vehicle rebate program from 500 to 750 so that
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Hello?
Your time is up. Zoom ID, Wilson Trong, please select the microphone icon from your device and proceed to speak. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. I'm here with the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. My name is Wilson Trong. I wanted to talk to you all about earthquake early warning system we have in California and the importance of downloading the MyShake app. The MyShake app gives crucial seconds of warning before an earthquake strikes to give time to drop, cover, and hold on. During the latest 6.4 earthquake in Humboldt County and the 5.1 earthquake in San Jose, the MyShake app was extremely successful in alerting millions of people and gave warning to hundreds of seconds before earthquake strike. Recently just passed the Northridge earthquake anniversary on January 17th, and that was a 6.7. So I'm just here to make sure that local cities are aware of this tool provided by California Governor's Office to make sure that they have seconds to prepare for the nearest earthquake. The app is free to download on iPhone and Android and is available in Spanish, and I urge you all to share this information with the community. I'll also be sending an email to follow up the City Council for any questions or a meeting on this resource, and happy to talk to you all. Thank you so much.
Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Council members, at this time, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to conflict. If there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar, we're going to go down now. Councilman Hernandez, any items to pull?
I would like to see item 22 pulled.
And we are pulling item 32 as well. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item 12, register a no vote on item 20, and when appropriate, make a brief comment on items 15 and 16.
Register a no vote on item 20, you said?
Correct.
And you want to make a comment on 15 and 16? Is that correct? Yes. Councilmember Fan?
I'd just like to announce my recusal from item number 13, as Home Depot is a client of my employer, Rutan and Tucker, and if that is pulled, I will leave the dais for that discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Vasquez? Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
10 and 22, please.
Sorry?
10 and 22.
10 and 22. 22, perfect. Councilman Penalosa?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to pull item 20.
Perfect. And I'm going to pull 17 and 18. Goodness gracious. Can I get a motion to approve the remaining?
So moved.
A second.
Second. Motioned and second. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
Can we vote with our devices since
We
we're
can
all...
just vote.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let's vote. Let's prepare to vote, please. Not up. That's why I was asking for a roll call. Everybody's, mine's not up.
I think we are having some technical difficulties.
Do we need to relog
Let's just
in?
let's just do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Go to item 6, please.
I just copied them. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Okay, I pulled this item I last minute because I met with Share Ourselves, and they've been in escrow wanting to open up a clinic here in Santa Ana. They've been working here for 14 years. We heard the speakers. They've been in escrow since March, and they're going to have a full-on clinic from vision, medical, dental, health, and it's a necessary resource we need in Santa Ana. We're a city with limited resources. We have limited amount of parks, limited amount of libraries. We have limited amount of housing, affordable housing at that. And to turn away a resource like this that we are definitely in need. I know that when it comes to health, it's a big concern of many youth. And that's why I pulled the item, because I wanted to do a continuance to see how we can help them close their escrow deal and move forward from that. I'm calling on a continuance.
Madam
this
Mayor, may I, point of
Point of order, go ahead.
Yeah, point of order with Madam City Attorney. I want to just make sure if we could remind the City Council that this item is pertaining to a second reading of the zoning ordinance, not, we're talking about escrow and property acquisition of a private company. So just so that we make sure that we all stay to what the agenda this item is.
This agenda item actually includes a number of areas that you are attempting to regulate in your second reading. While I can understand the argument that by adopting this, you will impose a regulation that could result in someone not being able to close escrow, I would like to remind the council that any changes to this ordinance would require it to go back to the first reading, meaning there are many other regulations in here. And also to remind the City Council that the regulations that were discussed this evening by members of the public have already gone into effect because you've adopted an urgency ordinance. So even if you were to pull this item, even if you were to amend this item, that is not going to solve the problem. The urgency item, ordinance will remain in effect.
Are there any other comments?
I'd like to go ahead and move the item.
I'm sorry, Councilman Becerra?
I'd like to go ahead and move the second reading of the item.
I still want to comment on that. I know that we've had the emergency, but we still have the power to help and pull the emergency item and vote again and vote it out.
No, the urgency ordinance was previously approved by the council on a supermajority vote pursuant to the provisions of the city charter. This ordinance is a regular ordinance. It was adopted in addition to your urgency provisions. So no matter what happens with this ordinance, the urgency ordinance provisions will remain in effect. If the city council wanted to go back and rescind the urgency ordinance, that would be something you'd have to agendize, and you would have to have your first and second reading on.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Let's prepare to vote at this time. Are there no other comments? I don't know if anybody else is working. Mine. Okay, it's working. Let's prepare to vote, please.
Councilmember Hernandez, can you voice your vote?
It was a thumbs up. He voted.
Mayor Amezcua, can you? Oh, we got it. Yep. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Vasquez dissenting.
Item 10, please. No, there was an item 10. Somebody pulled item 10. I did not. I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, there were a lot of items that were pulled. I have no issues with the staff report. Thank you. It's very easy to read. The only thing I want to ask of our staff is that we give the parks a heads up. It is public information, but I'm not going to rely on the public to go and read it. So if we could just release it via our city channel so that they know, a month or a couple of days before that in November, some of the parks in Ward 3 will be closed. Thank you. So I'll move the item.
I'll second with comment. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. If we could just make it, simplify it for our residents to see and know, and also not just when park amenities or whatever it is are going to close, but the duration as well, because that's something that's frequently, brought up to my attention. It's like, hey, this was closed 3 months ago. How long do these things usually take? So whatever you can do there to inform the public, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Madam City Manager.
Councilmember Tide? Fan, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I've spoken to our Director Saba about this, but I want to also put it out there into the world that pickleball courts are being considered as overlays for tennis courts. And I personally have a lot of concern for those parks that are in neighborhoods. Pickleball is a much louder sport. So, discuss it with the Parks and Public Works, but thank you so much for talking about getting it out to the community. Thanks.
Great, let's prepare to vote, please. If there are no other comments?
The item is the receive and file. I don't think we need to
I'm sorry?
register a vote. The item is the receive and file.
I rescind my motion.
Oh, we're not voting?
It's just the receive and file, so I rescind
Okay,
my
got it.
motion.
Item 12, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I went ahead and pulled this item. This is the quarterly report for housing projects. Madam City Manager, what I wanted to know, just because I'd asked for it last time this item came before us, because I wanted to understand. So back in April of 2022, the council, a majority of them, had voted to amend the Housing Opportunity Ordinance, or the WHO. And so what I was concerned with was in those reports to accurately portray how much in lieu funds that we were receiving from projects based on the revised WHO from April 2022. So my question, I see Judson Brown in the audience, Madam City Manager, have any of the projects paid any in lieu funds into the inclusionary housing fund using the current WHO standards that were adopted in April 2022?
I will ask Judson Brown, Housing Manager, to address that. And sir, I do
Is your mic
recall
on? I'm
you-
sorry. Is your mic on?
It is it not? Can you not hear me? And I also apologize because I do recall you asking to have that information included in the quarterly report. So we will correct that going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Thank you very much, Councilmember Becerra. No projects have paid the in lieu fee since the ordinance was amended in April 2022.
So we've had $0 going into our inclusionary housing fund since then.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're at 5 a foot. We were what? I think, Judson, correct me if I'm wrong. So between the time that we reduced it to 5 a foot in the WHO to April 2022, we received what, about $9 million into the inclusionary housing fund?
I would have to look up that data myself. I don't have it readily available. I believe we provided it to you earlier today.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to make that clear, and with that, I'll go ahead and, is this a receive and file, or do we need to take action on it?
We'll be getting that information in the future.
Yes, it is a receive and file, but I believe Councilmember Lopez also wanted to comment.
No.
Any other comments?
No, I think
Thank you. Item 15.
So, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to make a quick comment on that. Items 15 and 16. I wanted to thank Nabil Saba, our Public Works Director, and his staff for proactively reaching out to Guarantee Chevrolet. I think one of our callers this evening echoed a sentiment that you have heard the council say over and over, which is how can we proactively get businesses here in Santa Ana, especially those that have been here for decades, years, and how do we get them involved in our process? And Director Saba informed the council that he reached out, or him and his staff reached out to Guarantee Chevrolet, and they were able to discuss small business certification. And so for any businesses that are listening, I would absolutely recommend that you reach out to the city to see how you can work with us as we make purchases, as we have projects that come through, so that you could work with us. There's so many opportunities, and I don't want to speak for the council, but I have to believe that there is a strong majority of us that would love to see small businesses, medium-sized business, any business that is Santa Ana-based actually working on city projects or providing the city with equipment. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you, Director Saba and your team, for hearing the council and doing that proactive work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councilman Hernandez.
Just wanted to say good work to Director Saba on getting these vehicles. I too had very similar questions. I was hopeful that this would be Guarantee Chevrolet in our own backyard. It's not, but it is an American-made, union-made car, so I'm happy about that, sir. Good work.
No other comments? Go to item 17.
Do we need a motion?
I'm sorry. Councilman Brissett, did you make a motion?
Oh, no, I didn't pull
You
it. I
wanted
just
to
comment, that's it.
That was
Yeah.
that's why I didn't ask for a motion. Item 17, I pulled it, so we will need a motion. But I do have a question on this item. It will be for you. It's from the police department. I see the chief coming up.
Yeah.
He's-
If you've asked the question, if I can answer it, I will. If I can't, we certainly will.
Okay, great. So can you tell me about, it's appropriation adjustment recognizing $674,000 in change here for a law enforcement grant. And so it talks about miscellaneous equipment, frontline law enforcement training, and overtime police vehicles. Can we talk a little bit about that and the need and what is the need?
Certainly, and for that, I will call the chief of police up to answer those questions.
Great, thank you. Chief Fountain, if you could just cover the need, what the money will be used for, please?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As listed in the staff report, it's to support core services, handheld portable radios, police vehicles, improvements to the building, security to the building, other miscellaneous equipment, lapel microphones, frontline law enforcement training, and overtime. This state grant does not allow for supplanting for hiring police officers, but it does allow for all these other uses, and we're a regular recipient of this grant.
Correct, and I read this, and so thank you for reading it back to us. I'm more interested in what is miscellaneous equipment? What is that to you?
So anything having to do with frontline equipment, be it radios, it could be computers, it could be a whole host of things that our staff need to deliver core police services.
And when you have in here frontline law enforcement training, can you explain that, please?
That could be post-required training. That could be additional specialized training. We have detectives that investigate sex crimes, crimes against children, domestic violence. That requires specialized training. We can provide payment for that type of training. Homicide detectives, gang detectives, even enhanced active shooter response.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions from any other council members? Make a motion. Get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote. Thank you, Chief Valentin. Everybody vote?
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you. Item 18, I pulled that. It's the remainder of the disbursement of the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program funds. Madam City Manager, can you talk a little bit about that? And it requires 5 affirmative votes at this time.
Okay, well, certainly. So you might recall that this is round 3, and it was held up for a while. The governor of the state put it on hold until he found out information about homeless plans from different cities. We're happy that he is releasing it, so it is approving an appropriation adjustment to receive our remainder of our disbursement of that money from round 3. You would be recognizing $8.2 million in funds from the state of California.
So so there's a plan in place. It's been there before I even came on board, correct?
Correct.
So with the remainder of this money being dispersed to us, will you be updating our website so that the community can see exactly what that, I believe it's $8 million in change?
Correct. 8.2.
Yeah, exactly what we'll be using that money for. we have, and I know we have some homeless information, but I think it's very important because when the community asks, what have you done? What are you doing? Where are you going with this? Is there a way we can share that information?
We certainly can, and we can also include all the other funding sources that we use for homeless efforts.
That would be great if we can do that, because it's a good chunk of money, and I want people to see exactly what it is being used for. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions from any other council members? I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Item 20.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pull item 20, which is to approve an agreement with 3D Inc. for the rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinance rental registry portal. The only question I have for this regarding this, Madam City Manager, is I don't know if maybe your Executive Director of Community Development might want to answer them. If Mike Garcia is here, I don't see him, but the only question I have is that under the fiscal impact in your staff report, it says that staff will explore reimbursement of the inclusionary housing fund after rental registry fee revenue is accumulated. In future fiscal years, funding will be included in the proposed rent stabilization program budget for City Council consideration. So how exactly is staff going to explore seeking, to reimbursement of the inclusionary fund with accumulated future fees? I'm just, and the reason I'm asking the question is the program is supposed to be self-funded with the registry fee, which is okay, but now we're going to expect to be able to also fund money that we already put out up front. So now we're hoping to make extra money to fill in the back end.
Correct, sir. So when the program, the rent stabilization and the just cause eviction was approved, we provided a timeline of all of the major steps. One of the major steps is getting this portal up and running. When the portal is up and running, as landlords register, they will be paying a fee. So it is intended to be self-supporting, but because we need to get it up and running before we're actually going to be able to collect those fees, staff is recommending any startup costs that we need, and they're estimating about $53,000, that it be used out of the inclusionary housing fund with, when it is up and running, reimbursing back into that fund. So, and the item before you tonight it doesn't have anything to do with any appropriation adjustment. It is really just approval of the agreement for the firm that was selected to run the registry.
So we're approving an unfunded contract, and which staff is now going to hopefully get an appropriation for during the mid-year budget?
With the fiscal impact, as you read, it talks about when they start collecting them on July 1st, the funds will be used for the administration of this component. But since it has to be created before, they'll be submitting a mid-year budget update to use the funds you just mentioned.
Right, but how will staff explore the reimbursement of the inclusionary housing fund after the fee? How is, what is entailed in exploring? What is staff going to do?
Certainly. So once it's up and running and the landlords pay their fees, any excess of that would go to reimbursing the inclusionary fund.
And what if there isn't an excess because of how we're hoping that the fee is not what the consultant projected? We're hoping that it'll be less. What if there isn't enough money to reimburse the funds that were now taken from the inclusionary housing funds?
That's a question I can't really answer because that is in the future. It was intended to be set up to be self-administering with the fees from the landlords that pay for the registry.
And I understand that, but see, here we have staff asking us for money that we don't know yet if is.
We're not asking for any money in the staff
Okay, we're asking
item.
for a contract that is going to need money at the next council meeting during the mid-year budget. It says here, during the mid-year, staff has submitted a mid-year budget adjustment for $53,000 from the housing fund, which I'm assuming will come at the next city council meeting when we discuss the mid-year budget. So this money, we're asking for it. We're going to ask for it. You're letting us know that you're going to ask for it with the hopes that we could reimburse it back with the funds that will be accumulated from the rental registry, but we don't know yet if that will be possible.
I'll ask Judson, the housing manager, come up, because I don't know, Judson, if you were planning to submit it at the very next council meeting, or you were going to do it sometime before the end of the fiscal year for the adjustment.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christine and Councilmember Penalosa. The funds we need for this particular agreement through to June 30th, we are seeking approval in the mid-year budget adjustment, which my understanding is that our finance department is bringing that for approval by City Council at the next council meeting or the first meeting in March. But relative to the long-term implementation and payment for this agreement, it will come through the rental registry fees collected under the ordinance, and that will be subject to approval by City Council in the miscellaneous fee schedule.
But that reimbursement question is still kind of left up in the air.
Yeah, and you ask about explore and reimburse the inclusionary housing fund. These overall, what we're incurring right now are upfront costs, right? So we're incurring this upfront cost of $53,000 for the immediate implementation of the rental registry before the rental registries fees are collected. And so the intent and the goal of staff is to explore reimbursing our own city funds through rental registry fees collected in the future. That's the goal, but if it's not possible, then it may not be possible. So,
okay, I just we're going to be asking for money to borrow money essentially to fund something that we don't know yet will be reimbursable if those funds don't exist. So, staff reports like this are always hard to swallow because we, at the end of the day, have to tell the public, hey, we're gonna be using money that we don't know yet if we're gonna be able to show for or reimburse, is essentially what that paragraph says under fiscal impact. Staff will explore, and we're hoping that it will be accumulated. And so that's it for this one, Madam City Manager. It's submitted by Mike Garcia, your Executive Director of Community Development, so he should have been here to communicate this. But I guess those are all the comments I have. Thank you.
Any other comments by any other council members? Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Well, thank you, staff, for the staff report. I think it was great to pair item 20 with item 5. Not necessarily that it was paired, but it's great, I think, for the public and for this council to see both of those items on the same agenda, because it gives you, page 5 from the Housing District Quarterly Report gives you a breakdown of the number of inquiries that our staff is receiving from Santa Ana residents because they are seeking help, they need support, whether, everybody can identify with that or not. That is a reality for people here in the city. And so when I look at this staff report and knowing and having awareness of the conversations that have taken in the past, where we have explained that this is going to be cost neutral to the city, of course, like any other business model, there are going to be fees that have to be presented up front. But, this council and previous councils has had knowledge of how this city spends money. And so I think to say we don't know how this money is being spent or what this money is being going towards, when, the city pays every month, millions, thousands of dollars out without any fiscal responsibility, without any knowledge of how that money is being spent. we have to make a decision, right, of how consistent we're going to be with the money that we have, with taxpayer money. And so this is actually going to something that the residents are going to benefit from, that we can see that it's very tangible, how money is being allocated, how it is being spent, and to what division it is being given to. And so I'm very, very supportive. I know that our staff has been working really hard, that there will be rail guards in place to ensure, and I'm very supportive, that the HOO fund is reimbursed. And if not, the HOO fund is very, wide in how it was amended so that it helps support issues like this. So again, thank you. I know this is going to be very beneficial for our residents, whether they're here to say it or not. Thanks.
Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Councilmember Peñalosa, I thought you asked some very insightful questions, because here we are, and yes, there are startup costs with any sort of experiment that's thrown out there, and that's what this is. What we're looking at, it was a grand, bold proclamation, and now we're going, oh, how are we going to do it? I appreciate the fact that, the WHO inclusionary housing funds have been identified as a place to go for these startup costs. But let's be clear, as I mentioned in the last item when we talked about the quarterly housing report, the fact is nobody's paying into the WHO or the inclusionary housing fund because of some of these grand, bold ideas that certain folks up here have supported. So sadly enough, this is just something that doesn't shock me. It's something that just, nobody really knows the cost. We're kind of fumbling around in the dark, hoping that one day we'll be able to say, look, we helped a bunch of folks. But sadly enough, we're hurting a lot of folks in the process. We're spending money that we're not really quite clear we're going to be able to recoup. And while some may say, we'll support recouping those costs through these fees, there have also been folks up on this dais that have also said, we don't want to make those fees too high. So it'll be very interesting to see when the time comes if we'll be willing to actually have the fees commensurate with the costs of this boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. Yes, so first of all, I had a question about the in lieu fees, the use, right? There's, I think in item 5, it said there's about $7 million available for use. Is that correct? I think the number on page 12-11 is 7.199247. I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly, that is what's available and has not been encumbered for other development projects.
That's correct. In Exhibit A of the Housing Division Quarterly Report, which is item number 12, we currently have $7,199,247 in available funds.
Great. And here we're asking to use, I believe, $53,200 from the $7+ million
That's
available.
Correct.
Great, thank you. And when we approved the rent registry, rent board work plan back in last fall, if I recall correctly, we talked about creating a rent registry and then doing a fee study. Is that correct?
That's correct. The long-term implementation plan that was approved by City Council on September 6th included direction to form a rental registry, and the adoption of a rental registry. The registry is considered the most important tool used by jurisdictions to implement renter protections for their residents, and the rental registry portal must be created in order to begin the collection of fees to recover all program costs associated with services provided under the ordinance.
Right, so we knew that the registry would have to be up and running and approve the fee to put into the registry, right, to start collecting the fees. Okay, and then my other question then is, we asked you to come back with a variety of options for what the registry fee would be. I understand there were some comments on here about capping it and whatnot, but that was not a direction from the council. It was about coming back with options with the fee study, correct?
That's correct. On November 18th, staff issued a request for proposals for a fee study consultant. And following that procurement process, staff entered into an agreement with revenue and cost specialist to conduct a comprehensive fee study to determine the appropriate program fees that would recover all programs costs associated with services to be provided under the ordinance. We are in the process of working with that fee study consultant to analyze a rental registry fee, fair return petition, capital improvement petition, and tenant petition fees that will return to City Council in the miscellaneous fee schedule for consideration at a future City Council meeting date. In regards to that fee, the fee will be set, and the direction was clear from City Council that the fee will be set as conservatively as possible to reduce the financial impacts on tenants and landlords. And where staff could identify opportunities to contract out for services to keep that fee and the cost as low as possible, staff will enter into consultant agreements. And we will also identify ways to build upon other existing activities across the city to administer the ordinance most efficiently. So that fee will return with the fees for the capital improvement petition, the tenant petition, and the fair return petition.
Thanks. So I just want to clarify that nowhere in that direction when that implementation plan was approved that we said we do not want to recoup the cost of implementing the registry. In other words, we gave direction that whatever the fee would be, while wanting to keep it as low as possible, we also wanted to make sure that it was self-sustaining.
That's correct. That
Thank you.
direction was very clear from City Council.
Great. And so for the fee would have to be approved by this council as a body, right? And so if we do not approve a fee that would recoup the cost, the $53,200, it is decision of this council, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So I'm fully supportive of this item. I think that $53,000 is less than what we've spent a lot of times on, I think, Christmas lighting in some cases. And I think this is an incredibly important item that is the correct use, or one of the correct uses for the inclusionary housing fund that we've stated in the past, which is also used, I think, for certain code enforcement violations or health, safety, welfare violations too. With that, I'm supportive of this item. I would move to approve it, and I look forward to staff's presentation on the fee study so that we can, approve a fee that is reasonable, but that would also ensure that this program is self-sustaining. Thank you.
Second.
I have a comment. Did you have a comment, Councilmember Singh?
Just point of clarification,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that I'm not questioning the use of the amount, because I said that's fine, it's what it costs, but it's the vagueness in the fiscal impact of staff exploring if we could potentially recoup these dollars. That's where I have an issue. It's nothing to do with the ordinance. It is what it is, but it's that vagueness that I have concerns with. And it happens frequently with staff reports, so thank you.
There was a comment, I believe, about that the council knew this was coming and other comments. I'm not aware, and I don't have the back history. So if I can get that city manager, I'd really appreciate it, because I'm not sure, and I've watched council meetings from home for a long time, and I must have missed this one. And reading this, like, if I have a duplex that I rent out, how much am I paying? Because I have people that approach me, constituents that say, I have a duplex, I have a small apartment, I have this, I have that, I'm going broke, I'm going to lose it. There's just all these other issues. And so I understand there's going to be a registry, but I'm not going to support it only because I don't have the back info, I don't have the history, and so I'd like to get that. So if you're going to bring an item like this that they've already approved, if you can get me the history, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Mayor, and yes, you were not on the council at the time, but staff did present a complete timeline of all of the steps and which each one of those steps entails, and we're now just following that council-approved timeline.
Great, if you could just get me the backup. Thank you. There was a motion and a second. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion passes 4-3 with council members Peñalosa, Becerra, and Mayor Amezcua dissenting.
I was a no. You got a no, correct?
Correct.
Okay, item 22.
Thank you. I pulled item 22 because I don't have an issue with how it's being presented or the wording. However, and I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done with the RFP process. I have personally volunteered with SEVA in the past, and I fully support the work that they do. I did notice that, from past items, it's going from 5 service providers down to 2. And I'm not here to advocate for any provider that did not submit on their behalf. That is their responsibility. However, I do want to ask, based on the criteria of each section that's the service providers could get 25 points. If you could let me know for UABF how they were ranked in each section out of the 25 points.
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem, and I believe our staff has the breakdown of the individual scores. I can tell you overall, as indicated in the staff report, there was the top was Delhi at 97, SEVA at 88, and United Across Borders at 51. So Lauren, can you come up to the mic and talk about the individual category areas? We did still deem their proposal responsive. It just didn't have a lot of details in it and didn't answer all of the questions.
Yeah, I figured, and my understanding as I read it is that there are 2 main criteria, right? And one they met by being responsive, and the second one is the validity of their responsibility, which I have personally been a witness to. I know other members of this council have as well. I've toured the facility. They're a very legitimate organization. A couple of weeks ago when it was raining, they serviced 500 families in Councilmember Peñalosa's area. And so we got to speak with them. We got to ask them, verify where they were, and they were all from the surrounding neighborhood. And so UABF is scheduled to provide these boxes for another 700 families. And I just want to make sure that, if the council majority does not want to support amending the contract or the agenda item in front of us, that there's some sort of mechanism in place for the city to support those 700 families that count on the service on a weekly basis. And I think this is just one of those issues, right? That this is a great organization that does great work, except for they didn't have great grant writing skills, and that's very unfortunate.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, to provide a little more detail, they did not answer all of the questions in the proposal. They missed entire sections, and they did have some inaccurate answers to their questions, particularly on one if they had ever received federal funding before, and they indicated they had not, but they were part of the program before. So I do believe I think they were probably in a hurry and it was oversight, and I do know that my staff from the city manager's office reached out to talk to them about it. As they are deemed responsive, if you want to reallocate to them and reduce the other ones, that is certainly at the option of the city council to do so.
Okay, thank you, Chrissy. City manager.
Would you still like to hear the?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Before you speak, could you introduce yourself, please? I'm sorry, I've never met you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Matthews. I'm the management aide who handles Revive Santa Ana.
Lauren, did you say Lauren?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the RFPs were actually scored out of a total of 199 points on 4 different categories, which were each equally weighted. So experience of firm and personnel, proposed scope of service, cost proposals, data collection, reporting, and compliance. United Across Borders scored 29 out of 41 in experience of firm and personnel. And again, this is only based on what they wrote in their proposal. So their background was not clear. They didn't give very much detail. Proposed scope of services, they scored 34 out of 80. Cost proposal, 11 out of 24. Data collection, reporting, and compliance was 24 out of 54.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a comment, Councilman Vasquez?
Yeah, I'd just like to be witness to United Across Borders as giving good service and working with community. I myself have worked with them as well, and their ability to give out food and I think would be necessary for us, or behoove us to have them keep doing the work and giving the service to those families. Not every community group or every group can cover the whole city, and when we limit it to two, it's going to limit us, the people we serve. So I'm with Councilmember Lopez, if we can somehow give them 700 boxes weekly as well.
So if I can just interject really quick, I have an organization I can put you both in touch with that has food resources available to a nonprofit, and there's plenty of it, especially right now what's happening with it's going to be a shortage of food due to the COVID changes. So after the meeting, I can give you their contact info. They're looking for nonprofit to help in our city, and so it's actually very good. It's the Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church. They have pallets upon pallets of food that they want to help the city of Santa Ana. So I can connect you with them. So if there are any other comments, Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mezcua. I, too, want to voice my support for United Across Borders, Madam City Manager. I firsthand had the pleasure of working with them throughout the pandemic as a newly elected official. I know Councilmember Lopez also worked with them. And I can say, not only is this an organization that is a consummate professional, but they're accessible to the most vulnerable residents that we have. And I think that it's important that we diversify services. Delhi Center does a tremendous job. Seva Collective does a tremendous job. I think that adding United Across Borders to the mix only allows us to serve a larger demographic of people. There's a large sum of money that can be evenly distributed amongst the three. And I think that it accomplishes what we're setting out to do in an equitable manner. So Madam City Manager, would you like some specific direction as to how we can break up those monies, or what type of direction do you need from us today?
Can I make a comment before you go that way? Yes. So the only concern I have is that, and again, I can only say I'm new, probably one more meeting, then I'll be told I'm not new anymore, is if we start to do that, and I know they're a good organization, by no means, I know they're a good organization. If we start to do that, then what we're doing is we're setting precedent. So other organizations are going to come and say, well, I didn't fill that out correctly, or I was rushed, and I don't know how to do it. Then we become the grant writers, and that's not fair to the organizations and the community that they all serve as well. So if there's a need in a certain area, then we should let, it looks like Delhi and Seva know so they can go into those areas. I just am a little weary of becoming the grant writer for them, and I'm not saying anybody said that, but when they've scored, I'm sorry, Lauren, can you come back up here, please? We don't have the staff to write grants, correct?
We don't write grants for other
That's
entities.
right. We don't write grants for the nonprofits, correct?
Correct.
So can you go through the scoring process again slowly?
So
Can you speak louder into the mic, please?
I made a very detailed spreadsheet, and the three graders all got a copy. And it kind of went line by line for every item that we asked for in the proposal. And then things were scored as to whether they were there or not, and then on 1 to 5 on quality on items that could be based on quality.
Can you give us the scores, please?
It's like a 200 line.
Okay, give us the ones you gave me earlier, shared with us earlier, give those to us.
Okay, so the total score was 51%. They scored 71% in experience of firm and personnel, 43% in proposed scope of service, 46% in cost proposal, and 44% in data collecting, reporting, and compliance.
Okay, can you tell me about Seva, what they scored in data and scope, and the same ones you just shared right now, please?
Civic Collective scored 95% in experience of firm and personnel, 93% in proposed scope of service, 63% in cost proposal, and 100% in data collection, reporting, and compliance.
And the other one, the Delhi, please?
Delhi scored 93% in experience of firm and personnel,
99% in proposed scope of service, 96% in cost proposal, and 100% in data collection, reporting, and compliance.
And data is very critical, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us why?
Because it is a federal grant, and because we were given over $100 million, we are guaranteed to be audited, is my understanding. So we need to make sure that we properly document and report everything and have it all ready for the feds when they come and audit us.
And just from my experience in sitting on the school board, we do get audited. And so when you're talking about data, it's very important that they're in compliance and that they do it correctly. So you have 2 that scored 100% in data and 1 that scored 44%. Again, United Across Borders, it is a good organization. I don't have a problem with it, and I'd love to help them any way I can as well. But when it becomes a data issue, federal money, reporting, if we are not able to report and give them proper data, the correct information, what happens?
But we have to give the money back.
That's right. And if we've already spent it, where will it be coming from?
General fund.
That's right. That's right. And that's why I wanted to ask that question, because I think it's wonderful this council's always, as I watch at home many nights, wants to help so many organizations. I would love to too. The problem is everything that we get from the feds is about data. We have to report back. And so if a group scored, 44% on compliance and the other 2 scored 100%, I'm going to support the 2 that supported 100%. So you went 93, 99, 96, 90, 95, 93, 63, and 100%, compared to 71, 43, 46, and 44% on data. I don't know about my peers that are sitting up here, the council members, but I don't want City of Santa Ana to have to dip into the general fund because the feds did not approve of the data that we're reporting or lack thereof. So I'm going to support this motion. And if there are any other council members who want to speak?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Council Member Becerra.
I believe we were waiting on a response from Madam City Manager.
Okay, certainly.
Can you ask your question again, please?
Yes. If you can provide us, Madam City Manager, with some specifics as to what we're looking for today. What I'm proposing is we could either potentially split those monies in 3s, or specifically I'd like to see from you, what is it that you're looking for as far as direction?
Well, I was just putting it up there based on the questions that had been posed. Because their bid is deemed, or their proposal is deemed responsive, you can award dollars to them. If that is of interest of the council, you certainly have the power and the authority to do that. What it would look like would be a motion to approve with an adjustment made to Delhi and Seva Collective and an amount to United Across Borders. If that is something you want to move forward with, I would hope you keep in mind the overall scores, with United receiving the lowest score when you decide what amount of money you want to suggest for them. I will tell you they did receive dollars in the first round. They received $83,000, and they were able to serve 46,000 residents.
Given that context and history, Madam City Manager, I would like to see an adjustment reflecting $83,333.33 go to United Cross Borders, and that can be split within the Delhi Center and Seva Collective. So that would be half of that 83 taken from respective organizations, so that the bulk of the money goes to Seva Collective, Delhi Center, and based off of the criteria of scoring, it doesn't leave out United Across Borders, but it includes them at $83,333.33, with the expectation that they continue to serve residents. Would that be similar numbers as to what the expectation would be?
Certainly, you would just need to make that in the form of a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion and entertain a second on the floor.
Is there a second? Second. Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any other comments?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that at the end of the day, all of these organizations are great. So thank you for all the service that you do with our community. It's appreciated. And at the end of the day, it's $250,000 each that are being awarded to the two recommended organizations, which is pennies compared to the price of goods currently. I mean, if we start splitting that up already, I think the quality in the foods that these organizations, all of them, are going to be able to provide to our community is just going to be less. So I would just hope that the two recommended entities are made aware of where exactly, and I know Delhi Center and Civic Collective both are aware of where the need is in our community, and I would hope that both of them make sure that their execution plan of how they're going to distribute the food, whatever they're going to provide with this funding, is reflective of where the need is. And I know that that's usually what they do, but I would hope that we make sure that that is emphasized. With that, I will make, and I would hope that the next round that we have funds coming well, in the future when these things come up again, that we work with organizations like United Across Borders to make sure that their proposals are up to par to what they should be. And having to deal with federal funding, not that we write the grants for them or any of that, but that we try to help in a way or steer them in a direction. Oh, well, okay, so with that, I will make a sub-motion to approve the recommended action to authorize the city manager to execute the agreements with Delhi Center and Civic Collective
I'll second.
in the amount of $500,000.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've seen UAB work. They're fantastic. I actually got to visit one of their events with Mayor Pro Tem Lopez in December. My problem with this is actually that, extremely unfortunately, because we know they've worked with the city before, but in reality, they had a response that had blanks. They skipped questions, is that correct? Okay. To me, I would have considered that non-responsive. And I know the reason why we did not, well, I don't know, I don't read your mind, I wasn't there in grading, but I believe that the reason why we did not outright say that they were non-responsive is because of the work that they've done in the city and because of our relationship with them. I don't know if that's true, but that's just my belief because we've had a good working relationship in the past. But I do believe that they should have been considered non-responsive. If any other contractor had come to the city and submitted a proposal with questions that were left blank, if they had stated that they'd never received federal funding before, and if they had made as many unfortunate oversights or mistakes as this particular response had, we would not have considered it responsive, and this would not have been considered for funding, in my opinion. And that sucks. And, I had talked to staff. I asked, well, Councilmember Peñalosa, I asked the same question, like, hey, can we help them out? And we can't. The reality is we can't help any organization respond to a proposal because it's unfair. The point of an RFP is to create an even playing field for all organizations and groups and vendors that want to work with the city. However, I think that I know, Lauren, you've met with the team at UAB. I hope that our conversation with them was very detailed as to why they scored the way that they scored, with very specific information, with action items that they can take in the future to improve their responses. And I do hope that if and when we have these types of funds again, that they will submit and that they would be the highest scoring, because we have seen them in public do the work. And it's really sad because I want to vote to support funding based on my personal experience. But part of being elected to this council with this new council is that we weren't going to use our just our personal experiences to reward those that we support or have worked with in the past. The goal, I think, at least when I was elected, was to make sure that everything we do is transparent, is clear, and well documented. And so with that, I will support the sub-motion. Thank you.
I will be supporting the sub-motion as well. So,
Yeah, I just had final comments.
yes.
Thank you. So I'm glad that we can agree that auditing and data is very important. I think that philosophy is going to help us solve many issues that are coming down the pipeline for this council. And I think, you know, when I hear the conversation about the overall scoring and how important that is, I'm taken back to when members of this council, right, were advocating for a trash hauler that was not being recommended by our staff because it didn't have a good rating. And yet they were rewarded a 10-year contract. And every day I hear about the impacts of that contract. So again, this goes back to consistency for me. And as I said originally, I fully support Sava Collective. I've volunteered with them. I will continue to do that work. I support the work that the Delhi Center is doing. I would like to see this contract be expanded, but it's clear that it's not. And so we don't need to have a sub-motion, but I would say to the makers of the motions, if you could rescind your original so that we can just move this item forward.
Yeah, I'll rescind my original motion just to move the item forward.
Perfect. You ready to vote?
Why don't we just vote on the sub-motion? There's a sub-motion on the floor.
Yeah, we're going to vote on the sub-motion and we're going to move forward.
But do we have the authority to rescind an original motion, City Attorney?
From a parliamentary procedure, you probably can, but it doesn't make a difference because they'll take a vote on this, on the other motion anyway.
Thank you.
Perfect. Let's prepare to vote. Mine's not doing anything. Norma, you want to just do a roll call, please? Anybody's moving? Let's just do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Hernandez dissenting.
Great, let's go to item number 32. We're ending the consent calendar at this point.
My apologies, Mayor Mesqua. My vote on this item is yes. My apologies.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
31.
Item 32, Councilmember Becerra?
Oh, we still have 31, Madam
sorry?
Mayor.
Oh, I apologize. 31.
That would be end of consent calendar.
Right, that's what I said, it was the end of the consent. I don't
It's
have
out of
it.
order on your.
Oh, right
copy.
here.
If you look below, it's 31.
And we're gonna go to the business calendar. I'm sorry, they have me all over, sorry. Item 31, the review of the city council subcommittees, interest list, and appoint members. I'll now open for nominations.
I nominate myself for
Hold on one
joint
second,
school.
let me finish. You gotta let me finish and then I'll call on you. I know you wanna jump in there. I will now open for nominations for the city council subcommittee positions. To move forward for each nomination, a second is required, so please let me call on you before you yell out what you want, please. So, Councilman Vasquez,
I'd like to nominate myself for joint school collaboration city council standing subcommittee.
I would only ask, city attorney, let me just ask a question for clarification. As a school employee, is there a conflict, just for clarification, for him to sit on the joint school subcommittee?
For purposes of conflict of interest analysis under the Political Reform Act, money that is received as salary from a public agency is not defined as income. and so it does not create a conflict under the Political Reform Act.
Perfect.
Unless there's some ethical reason the council would not
Just
like
want
to
to make
appoint
sure.
him, he'd be fine.
Great, thank you.
Thank you,
So you're
Mayor.
nominating yourself for the joint school? Now, we need 3, correct? Is that correct, City Manager?
Yes, it's 2 to 3 members per committee.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, let me go this way. Councilman Penalosa,
No comment, Mayor.
do you want to nominate yourself for any? No?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Nothing here, thank you.
Councilmember Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to continue to serve on the Public Safety and Homelessness Subcommittee.
Councilman Hernandez?
I'd like to stay on the committees that I'm representing.
And what are those, please?
The School Joint Use Committee, as well as the Public Safety and Homelessness Committee. And that is it at the moment. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yeah, I'd like to stay on legislative and joint school.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I thought,
Hold on, let me see if she's done.
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Finished, thank you.
You said legislative and joint school?
Correct.
Okay, Councilman,
Apologies, Mayor Pro Tem. I thought you were asking if we had comments on Councilmember Vasquez's nomination.
no, I'm going to do a
But
motion
I-
for a second for all of these once we're
Okay,
done. So
I would
to move
like-
things on.
I would like to remain on the, or be on the Legislative City Council Standing Subcommittee.
Any other ones?
No,
No?
that's it.
So I'd like to get on to the public safety homelessness and the legislative city council. So if everybody's good with all of this, we're all good? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's prepare to vote. So let me see if we have this. Madam Clerk, we have, because I have a question here. So we have the Public Safety and Homelessness City Council Subcommittee. That is Councilman Hernandez, Councilman Becerra, and myself. The Legislative City Council is Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, Councilman Penalosa, and myself. Joint School would be Councilman Vasquez, Councilman Hernandez, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. So the big question, Madam City Manager, is we also have a school collaboration for City Council Subcommittee, and that is for the charter schools and all the other school districts. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So do my peers here have an issue with us disbanding that committee? Is there a problem with that? It appears nobody wants to be on that. We can disband that committee? Perfect. So that's part of what we'll be doing up here.
Mayor?
Yes.
I believe when we had brought those together, they, I guess, had alternated months or something like that, right? Because it was about making sure that it's not just working with SAUSD, but also all the other.
And I heard
districts.
that too, but I also heard that, and correct me, City Manager, please, that the collaboration with the other school districts and charters, there hasn't been any meetings really. So what it is, it becomes a time issue for staff and for the council. So I think the majority is okay with us
And
disbanding
if I could
it.
add, Mayor, it's
Yes.
based on their willingness, other school districts to meet with us. We've reached out based on the direction that we received from this council, and other school districts have not been responsive.
So then let's disband that one, please, if everybody's in favor.
Certainly can.
Perfect. So at this point, we'll have 3 subcommittees. Okay, there was a motion, a second. Let's prepare to vote, please.
I'm sorry, could we, can we get the motion then the second again?
Motion from myself and.
Councilman Hernandez and Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? Yes? All right, let's prepare to vote, please. All right, we disbanded one committee here. We're now closing nominations for City Council Subcommittee positions. All right, let's go to item 32, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, we have issues with the voting. Can we do a roll call?
Sure, go ahead, except for Councilman Penalosa stepped out. Go ahead.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa is absent. Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with
There's Councilman Panalosa. Are you a yes vote, sir?
For the subcommittees, yes.
Okay,
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
thank you. All right, we're going to close nominations now. We're going to go to agenda item 32. Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first want to begin tonight by thanking all of those who attended the council meeting in person and called in and provided their comments. Madam Clerk, could you remind us how many emails did we receive on this item?
As of 4 p.m., I have 14 in support of the item.
Okay, thank you. And I believe I saw a couple more come through after 4 o'clock as well. So I brought this item forward tonight solely in the interest of health and safety. Senate Bill, or SB 946, is yet another piece of legislation from Sacramento that attempts to limit how local cities can govern themselves. In the case of SB 946, it limits local cities' ability to regulate sidewalks and allows food-serving businesses to open up on our sidewalks regardless of what local residents want. Thankfully, SB 946 does not allow these businesses that serve food to ignore the regulations of health that are set forth in the California Health and Safety Code. SB 946 also requires compliance with the Federal Americans with Disability Act, or what we all know as the ADA, as well as other disability access standards. This allows people to walk down our sidewalks. It allows people to use wheelchairs on our sidewalks. We heard one person come in and speak tonight that talked about trying to take their mother, who is wheelchair bound, around the block and couldn't get around these these stationary sidewalk vendors that have taken over our sidewalks. SB 946 may try to dictate what can happen on our sidewalks, but thankfully it also has not taken away private property rights and the ability of individual private property owners to enforce trespassing laws. Now, Santa Ana has long been accustomed to mobile vendors, from eloteros to ice cream carts, who move from place to place. They're not stationary. They move from place to place, and they only stop when they're completing a transaction. These mobile vendors, they do not block sidewalks, and they have county health permits. The item that I brought forward tonight focuses on the danger that the pop-up stationary sidewalk vendors pose to our residents' health and safety. Our code enforcement staff, along with county health officials, have encountered these vendors on our city sidewalk on numerous occasions, selling food unfit for human consumption. Unfit for human consumption. These vendors have not been inspected. They have not been vetted by county health inspectors for compliance with the California Health and Safety Code. In addition to those health dangers that these vendors pose, they also create more dangers by forcing people to not be able to use the sidewalks, but rather to walk into traffic. And we've seen these vendors, where are they at? On many busy streets. They're on Bristol, they're on Fairview, they're on 17th, they're on Main Street. Would you want to see your loved ones or yourself walk into the middle of traffic because you can't get around these the stationary sidewalk vendors? They also limit the ability for those driving down those streets to see. And what do I mean by that? When you leave here tonight, drive down Bristol. When you get close to Warner, drive very slowly because you won't be able to see through the smoke. That's not fog, that's smoke from the open flames coming up from some of these sidewalk vendors that are along Bristol. So as Supervisor Sarmiento stated during his last meeting here as mayor back in December, he said, these vendors that are popping up throughout our county are not mom and pop or small vendors. These are corporations from LA County that send out their teams of employees to open up through our county. These stationary sidewalk vendors are setting up right in front of businesses here in Santa Ana and undercutting them in front of businesses with entrepreneurs that have all invested here in Santa Ana and have been inspected and given permits by county health inspectors for complying with the California Health and Safety Code. So what I'm asking for from my council colleagues tonight is to join me in providing our city staff with absolutely clear direction that, first, we have code enforcement and our police department enforce the relevant sections that are already on the books of the Santa Ana Municipal Code and the state code. that pertain to these stationary sidewalk vendors. And these requirements are possessing a county health permit, no trespassing on private property, no illicit connections or discharges, no damaging or defacing adjacent private properties, just to name a few that our code enforcement and our PD can enforce. This also means educating all of our officers, not just some with certain assignments, all of our officers, because this is an issue, as we saw tonight, that is important to our entire community. So I would ask that all of our officers receive the necessary education and training to be able to enforce these laws. The second ask I have is that staff be given the direction to proactively partner with our county's healthcare agency and environmental health division to enforce the California Health and Safety Code by confiscating the equipment of these vendors that are illegally operating in our city. And finally, I would like us to have a resolution prepared and brought back to council that would be directed at the entire state legislature, expressing this city's opposition to SB 946's permissive language when it comes to the stationary sidewalk vendors who sell food that is unfit for human consumption and prevents our sidewalks from being used for what they were intended to, which are paths of travel. So when someone gets sick or gets injured, or God forbid dies, we're all going to be asked, so what did you do? Why didn't you do something? Well, we have no excuse. Santa Ana is not defenseless, as we've seen and heard. Other cities have prevented these vendors from proliferating throughout their cities. It's our turn to step up. So as we saw in this chamber tonight, our residents are demanding that we all step up for the safety of our residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vin. Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Let me just make some comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to the council members. I've only been here a short time, and in the short time that I've been here, the taco pop-ups became an issue. Thank you, Alvaro. I think it's Assistant Executive Director. I'm sorry, I don't know all the titles yet. For working with me, you know, Telemundo came out, Channel 4, Channel 7, Channel 5, because the City of Santa Ana assisted the county. And you all had been working on it for 6 weeks prior to me taking this seat, which nobody talked about, right? And so I kind of got in this hot seat, and I'm like, yes, I agree. I had met with some food truck owners who sat me down and explained how they pay to store their trucks at night about over $2,000 a month. They have to get insurance, they have to get a license, they have to have permits, they have to park a certain way. They can't park on a street, I believe, that over 35 miles per hour. Let's see if it's like a test. Alvaro's nodding at me. See if I pass this test, right? So, and I've been reading on it. And I've met with, you know, the restaurants. I have people that will say to me and have called me today and yesterday, actually since it was posted, and they're like, we cannot come forward. We are afraid. We are afraid. And we heard that tonight, that some people cannot and will not come forward because they are afraid. And that's really sad. That's like, I mean, it's just terrible. So this weekend I was driving down Bristol with my husband, and I could have stopped all along Bristol from Warner, and I could have just stopped almost like at every corner. And I said, I'm gonna stop, I gotta call somebody. I'm gonna call Alvaro, I'm gonna wake him up, I'm gonna call him. Nope, please just keep driving, please, just keep driving. And I only say that because if you heard the residents of Santa Ana tonight, residents that live here, they live here, shop here, they send their children to school here, they work here, they've had restaurants 20, 30 years, they've had their food truck business here 20 plus years. They all waited to speak tonight. It's about their quality of life for all of us. I do not like driving around the city and seeing the taco pop-ups, blocking the sidewalk, because I always think, and I say it out loud, what if I'm in a wheelchair? I can't get through. Where do they wash their hands? Where do they go to the bathroom? They're using the same gloves, touching money and food. They got animals around. They're cooking and eating where the homeless are defecating and doing I don't know what. And yes, the food is not safe. And we're going to hear, and when the Channel 7 and Telemundo and everybody, interviewed Alvaro and I don't know about Alvaro, but I got all these terrible messages on Instagram and Facebook, and what an awful person I am, and it's, I'm going against my raza, and this and that, and it's not about that. Santa Ana, and many people said that tonight, it's a beautiful city. I love my city, like many of you do. That's why we're serving. I love my city. I love the diversity. I love the fact that you can go have Mediterranean food, Peruvian food. You can go to a Mexican restaurant. You go to South Coast, Trader Joe's. But what I don't like to see is the trash and the dirtiness and the taco pop-ups that are just everywhere. And Councilman Becerra is right. You drive down the street, the lights are so bright. It's dangerous. And it's wrong. And I'm supporting this 100%, Councilman Becerra, because if we do not do something about this, I go to Newport Beach, I don't see them. I go to Tustin, I don't see them. This weekend I was in Los Alamitos, I didn't see them. I did not. But once I get into Santa Ana, you get off the 5 freeway there by Bristol and Memory Lane, there's a big one there. Alvaro, go shut that one down. There's a big one there, almost every night, right off the freeway, in front of the gas station, blocking the sidewalk. And then all down Bristol, and they're everywhere, and they're not, and people say, what if they're businesses from Santa Ana? I welcome businesses to come and open here. I welcome entrepreneurs. Go get your permit from the health department. Follow the rules and the laws that everybody else has to and has been doing, because that's what it's about. And the quality of life in Santa Ana, I firmly believe as the mayor and the council, we have a responsibility to listen to the constituents that call in, that email, and say, I do not want this in my city. We have homeless, we have this, we have that. When I was in DC, I was speaking to a mayor, there was 5 of us sitting together. What's your biggest issue? One of them said crows. One of them said geese. And I'm like sitting there, and they look at me, Valerie, what's your biggest issue as the mayor of Santa Ana? I was like, oh dear goodness, girl, I can't even tell you. I don't want to tell you, because it was not geese and it was not crows. And these are their issues. I said, well, I've got pop-up tacos, I've got criminal activity, I have homicides, I've got homeless. Well, we have a homeless problem too. One mayor said, I have 100 homeless people in my city. It's awful. Well, I got you beat, sweetie, by many. So, and I say that, and it's not a joke. I don't want to keep having constituents come here and say, help me make it right, because I have a responsibility to sit up here and vote for what the constituents are asking for. We serve you. We work for you. We answer to you. I don't care what ward you represent. If you listen to your constituents, they want a good quality of life. They want to be safe. They want their trash picked up on time. They want it clean. They want to be able to walk down the sidewalks. I had a woman who sent me an email. She's been here and probably sent it to all of you. Like 8 generations of people in her family in Santa Ana. I mean, I was like, wow. And she's like, they're everywhere, Madam Mayor. Please, please get rid of them. So I wholeheartedly support you, Councilman Becerra, and I look forward to doing the work to really hold ourselves accountable. And so in working with the community to say, this is why we're doing it. It is about your quality of life. And you're gonna hear from the LA people and everybody putting up videos that we're destroying them and we're going against, the raza, and Alvaro's this and I'm that and this, that, and chicken fat. I really don't care. They don't live here. They don't live here. They don't shop here. The kids don't go to school here. And they don't get to walk down our streets. We are. We're the ones that live here. And so I look forward, Madam City Manager. Let's see what how the council members up here respond to this. The constituents spoke tonight. They will come every council meeting if we ask them to, and the numbers will get bigger and bigger and bigger to say, get rid of them. Get rid of them. because we do not want them in our city. It is about the quality of life, and I'm so happy that so many people came out tonight from Santa Ana to talk about, I live here, fix my city. I live here, make them go away. I pay bills, I pay rent, I pay permits, I fill out the paperwork for the health department. Everybody should be doing the same. And do not block our sidewalks. And do not go onto city property. Do not go on school district property. Do not dump your oil in the streets. There's just so many things. So I'm gonna stop there because as you can tell, this really is an issue for me. I do not like seeing this in our city. It drives me absolutely crazy. And if I stopped Alvaro every time, I'd be calling you all night long. Because you know I'm a night owl and I'm out sometimes really late at night, driving down Bristol, and there they are. So I will stop there and let me work my way this way. Councilman Hernandez, any comments?
Yes, I'll go ahead and wait for my colleagues to go ahead and share.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you, Councilmember Becerra, for bringing this item forward. I am very supportive of this item. It's just so frustrating because I've worked on ordinances in other jurisdictions to do as much as we can to limit these types of vendors who are, unfortunately, they're not following the law. Even the law as it stands, right? They're not following it. And I am very supportive of enforcing any of these stationary street vendors that are violating our state regulations and county health codes, right? Because I don't believe the city itself has any local regulations specifically relating to the sidewalk vending.
I don't want to interrupt, but just real quick.
Oh, no, that's my understanding, but that could be wrong.
Well, and I know we're not supposed to engage with staff on this issue, but in talking with staff, whether you've got these folks that are setting up where they can't adequately just fit on the sidewalk, they are trespassing, they are utilizing parking that's not theirs, they are, as we heard earlier, dumping into the storm channels, the storm drains. So there's a lot of things that are just good old-fashioned muni code
right, yeah.
regulations.
But I guess my point is they're not specific to street vending. They are just code provisions that apply to anybody, whether you are a street vendor or me trying to set up a stand to sell lemonade. I guess that would make me a street vendor. But putting that aside, though, I guess my point is, one, I'm supportive of enforcement of this issue. I know that in the last budget cycle, we had allocated more funding for code enforcement officers. I have seen the work that both our code enforcement, the county, and PD doing these large sweeps. I think actually one time I almost stopped over by Ward 3 thinking something horrible was happening. There was an accident because there was so much activity going on at night. So I'm very supportive of that. I think that if the council supports it, it might be a conversation to bring back in the mid-year budget to see if we need more personnel to do this work. The other part of this item I do want to support is the drafting of a resolution, but to go farther than that, because I think we need to make it clear that this is a state law. The city council cannot change state law. Enforcement of the health codes, that's going to under the county. And I'm so glad that we have a Santa Ana representative on the county board of supervisors, and I hope that Supervisor Sarmiento will advocate for more funding with the health department to enforce the laws regarding these unpermitted, illegal stationary food vendors. So that's one. And two, that when we draft this resolution, that we make clear with our lobbyist, Townsend and anyone else, to advocate to amend the state law with our state legislators, including Assemblymember Avelino Valencia, who represents the city of Santa Ana in the Assembly, as well as Senator Tom Umberg, who represents the city of Santa Ana in the state Senate. Because ultimately, we have to make sure that the state is going to be good partners and work with us. Because I think that the goal of the state law was good. The heart of it was to make sure that are, local small mom and pop vendors that we see all the time. If you go to the courthouse or 4th Street, you see them and they're doing the right thing. And unfortunately, these big corporations are coming in and finding a loophole and exploiting people, probably trafficking people to make quick dollar. And the last thing I'd want to say is that it's also incumbent on our residents, all of us, to stop going to these street vendors, right? We're spending our money, and I say we, the collective we, right? They're here because they know that we'll pay the money to get the tacos on that corner because they're open late. So, this is a team effort, guys. We're going to advocate with the state. We're going to work to find something in the budget, hopefully, and that we ask the public, or I ask the public, to stop going to these street vendors, because when they don't have money, they will go somewhere else. Thank you.
Councilmember Vasquez?
So I'm for the taco trucks. I visit often, and the carts that come by, I love them as well. And I'm in full support of those folks trying to make money. And the law that passed by the state, it was meant to help you mom and pops have an entrepreneurship and grow from there. And Councilmember Becerra mentioned SB 946 from 2018. And SB 972 from 2022 makes it even harder for us to do what you're asking. And the public should know that it is not a crime to sell it, but we do. I am for regulations. I am for having a pathway for folks and I want the staff to draft a resolution towards inclusiveness with regulations and permits. So not that I'm against, but and like most folks said, I prefer those homegrown Santa Ana vendors to have priority for permits and help that we need. And I think that's where we should be going. When 972 passed a few months ago, we weren't ready for it. And all these folks came in, as we weren't ready. And we didn't do our due diligence, and we didn't do the work to get the city ready for this. It's happening, it's a state law. So how do we do this in a safe way now? How are we gonna create a pathway for our citizens who wanna do it the right way, like the taco trucks did it the right way? And at one point, they were in the same situation. We've heard before that taco trucks don't belong in our neighborhoods, and I disagree with that, because you belong in my neighborhood. Because I live in Hettinger Park, and I love all my vendors there. But taco trucks vendors. But we need to be more humanizing with our tone and bring them to the table, because this is now state law. So how are we going to work with folks to have permits and regulations, at the same time work with the county, make sure they have the kind of vehicles that they need, so their vehicles aren't going to be the same. The law passed, and they're not going to be the taco truck vehicles with all the hot water and the gallons. It's different. So we're going to have to work with the county and said, hey, what do you guys have set up? Where are your regulations? How can we work together? And how can we make this so everybody that's out there selling has permits?
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And don't worry, staff, I'm going to speak just as long as my colleagues on this item. And just before I begin, I just want to make sure that I don't want to personally entertain anything of what the gentleman from Ward 2 just stated about regulating and permitting, because this is a problem that we're seeing in our city, and we have seen for such a long time, and I hope that our code enforcement staff and police department and city attorney's office are listening. Main and 15th, Main and Richland, Main and McFadden, Main and St. Gertrude, Main and St. Andrew, Standard and First, Standard and McFadden, Standard and Edinger, Bristol and Central, Bristol and St. Gertrude, Bristol and Edinger, Bristol and Wilshire, Bristol and McFadden, Bristol and Bishop, Bristol and Washington, 17th and College, 17th and Fairview, 17th and Parton, 17th and Mayberry, 17th and Williams, and that is just a brief list of the areas where these, not mom and pop shops, not Santa Ana residents, not Santa Ana mom trying to make a living or pay her rent or, pay her kids' way through school. These conglomerate companies from outside of this city are coming in to ours, blocking our sidewalks, dumping oils into the sidewalks. They don't have hot water. I know that the new restaurant that opened in my ward, Casa Ramos, if they didn't have hot water tomorrow, the county health department would go in there and shut them down. So it is very unfortunate that we can't get a grasp of this situation in our city. And I know it's something that cities across the state are suffering from because, God bless Sacramento, they need a little bit more of sense and less sensibility when it comes to this issue. I mean, they want to win, they could focus on the DMV and we'd all be happy. But they're, trying to do things that are having all these unintended consequences, and it's affecting our quality of life throughout the city. One thing that I heard from the residents, and thank you all for coming in tonight and speaking in support of this item, and thank you, Councilmember Becerra, for bringing this forward, was that, you drive into Tustin, the problem is not as large. You drive into Newport Beach, you don't see this there, but that's also a problem that residents in our city, they're coming here from LA. It's not it's a long drive. It's a short distance, but in that LA traffic, it takes them 2 hours on a Friday night to come down that 405, the 5, to park their pop-up stand on one of our sidewalks. And that's because the clientele is here. Our residents are unfortunately shopping at these, buying food from these pop-up stands, but there's just as many residents that are fed up with seeing it on their sidewalks. So I would hope that during the mid-year budget, we have code enforcement staff only have so many employees. I want to make sure that if we need to beef them up, we should, but we also make sure that we ask and demand of the county that their county health department come in heavy-handed and enforce, these taco stands, these pop-up stands. I know that there's a resident in Wilshire Square in Ward 6 that when he purchased his home, his sidewalk was painted red, and it right in front of his house. The city sidewalk portion was painted red, and it led up to his walkway, and it looked beautiful. You drive by, it looks really nice. But guess what? The city went in and fined him and gave him a warning that if he didn't paint over the sidewalk because it was a slip and fall hazard, somebody could potentially slip on this little square of red paint, it's a city sidewalk, so he couldn't do that. But meanwhile, residents can't even cross a sidewalk and can't even get through because these taco stands throughout the city are blocking sidewalks. So what was the point of us even trying to address this? It's something that looked nice, but was a potentially slip and fall case when our sidewalks could be blocked by anyone who chooses to come in and sell anything. So thank you, Councilmember Becerra, for bringing this forward. Fully supportive of seeing something come back to us where we could, that we could aggressively go after all of these pop-up stands that are blocking sidewalks, violating county health department regulations with their handling and the way they process. And I've seen it. They dump the oil on our street. They don't, it's just, it's a problem. So I would hope that we get a hang of it, and I'm looking forward to what is to come. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank my colleagues for the dialogue here today. What makes this council special is we all have differing opinions. My comments are going to focus it on SB 972. And I thank my colleague, Councilmember Becerra, for his efforts. But I think that these efforts on focusing on enforcement is a conversation that also should go hand in hand with the legislation that currently exists in the state of California. SB 972 modernized California Retail Code. The reason why it modernized it was the prior California Retail Code, it made it extremely difficult for street vendors to obtain valid permits. Specifically, SB 972 revises unnecessary and expensive equipment requirements, such as 3-compartment sinks for sidewalk food vendors. SB 972 also increases the discretion of local health departments to approve innovative equipment design for all mobile food facilities. It also enhances safe on-site food preparation of non-potentially hazardous foods that can be considered sliced fruit, vegetables, bagged chips, sodas, water, things of that sort. In addition to that, it also replaces harsh criminal penalties and non-criminal administrative fines for code violations by sidewalk food vendors. So I want to start by saying I support our brick and mortar restaurants that we have. A lot of Latino-owned restaurants have been impacted by street vending. And I want to make it very clear that I do not support the corporations that are coming into our backyard and monopolizing an already very vulnerable community and exposing them to potential harm and exploitation and danger. If any of those vendors that are in our community are being exploited, I encourage you to reach out to us. Your protection and your safety is the priority. I'm not supportive of how these corporations have come into our backyard, but these are people at the end of the day. And if these people are being exploited, I want them to be protected. With that being said, it's important to note that there are Santa Ana businesses here that started off as food vendors, that started off with food trucks, that started off with vendor push carts. And I'd like to see us embrace what is very much part of the culture and thread of the city of Santa Ana, and that is sidewalk vendors are a fixture in our community. For people who live in the Willard community, in the Willard neighborhood, it is a big part of the culture and thread of the everyday experience. I think that part of what SB 972 is looking to focus on is how do we revise the permitting requirements for a community that has been kept out of having access to permits in education and information. The reason why we're seeing such a large number of street vendors come to our backyard is because of lack of education. The city of Santa Ana, as noted by Councilmember Vasquez, was not prepared to properly address SB 972. Now, Public Counsel is an organization that broke down this piece of legislation, which was created by a senator who represents, who lives in Long Beach, Senator Lena Gonzalez. She introduced this bill February 10th of 2022, and we thank her for protecting street vendors. Now, the reason why this conversation is so important is health departments and cities across California play a vital and important role when it comes to addressing sidewalk vending. This is an industry that is in transition. It was what is considered an informal economy, becoming now formal. In order for us to support that transition that the state of California is creating, we have to also have that conversation of enforcement be in alignment with developing guidance for street vending. Number one, we need to, as a city, if we're going to focus on enforcement, we also have to create a guideline that is going to help disenfranchised communities have access to their health permit. We have to create education and conduct outreach, number two, and build partnerships with local existing restaurants, local existing community kitchens. Take, for instance, you have places like Corazones Verdes, a park that is ran by Latino Health Access with a commercial kitchen. SB 972 was created so that street vendors can partner with community organizations that have kitchens to circumvent not having a hand washing station. The purpose of this legislation was to reduce permit fees to an affordable level and encourage community participation and the spirit of collaboration. Number 4 is we need to establish relationships with nonprofit organizations that do have these commercial grade kitchens within the jurisdiction, to raise awareness of the opportunities that do exist. If you are a permitted vendor who has a health permit, who does pay taxes, and preferably we want our vendors to live in this community. There is no way for the city of Santa Ana to legally be able to say that you can only live in Santa Ana and be a vendor, but there are certainly ways for us to create guidelines. And I think that when we do that, we have a much more robust dialogue. And number 5, SB 972 encourages discontinuing any existing partnerships with law enforcement that is used to conduct enforcement sweeps and other code enforcement activities. It then proposes an education-first approach to environmental health protections so that we can prioritize bringing micro-entrepreneurships into the formal systems of regulation instead of pushing them away. Instead of criminalizing them, we can make this accessible. That is the conversation that I think is a much more fruitful one, especially given that street vending is something that is associated with very vulnerable populations, refugees, immigrants, non-documented, monolingual, Spanish speakers. We want to make sure that, if we're enforcing this, that if there are corporations that are illegally operating, that they do not have a home here in Santa Ana. I want to make that clear. We do not want corporations monopolizing vendors, but we also do not want to criminalize them. We want to create a pathway that is equitable. I don't think prioritizing enforcement does that. I think that having a conversation that is much more robust would be fruitful. I would like to entertain if that is a direction my colleagues would like to go. Please voice your support.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I think there seems to be some confusion, and I want to make myself very clear because I don't know if that confusion was intentionally created. I do not support tax evasion. I do not support the exploitation of workers, and I do not support these conglomerates, as it has been described in the past on this dais, destroying our infrastructure. And I know we have 2 brand new council members, and I just want to remind folks that we have discussed this issue here, right? Councilmember Becerra is quoting Supervisor Sarmiento because, again, that was something that was discussed here publicly. We had a closed session meeting with our staff, and I cannot go into the details of that meeting, but after that, residents saw action being taken, the confiscation of goods, of property from folks, because it was my understanding, as I remember it, the council was very clear in the direction that we gave our staff. So I was listening to public comment, and 3 issues came up. The enforcement aspect, right? Like, for example, if you're going down 4th or 17th or 1st, and you cross Tustin Avenue and you're in the city of Tustin, why is it not happening there, but why is it happening in the boundaries of the city of Santa Ana? That is an enforcement question. So if when a staff report comes back, city staff address that. What is not happening? Because I know I call our code enforcement department. They get all my emails, they get all my text messages, they get pictures. And actually in our area, we've seen a big improvement. So I want to thank staff for the work that you're doing. But there's a second component to that residents are saying, well, why is it here? That is an enforcement question. And I want to hear from PD what their role is in all of this, right? And what their action plan is. The second thing I'm hearing is, and in that staff report, please include if the county health department is, working, if they're listening, if they're being proactive with the city of Santa Ana, because that's important for all of us to know. The third issue is education around this problem. As I said, we've discussed this, we have private meetings, we speak to our staff. I'm very proactive in letting them know, here's a specific location, here's a photo, etc. With different issues, I walk different neighborhoods. That's just what I do. And so I think, I want to applaud all the residents that came here. Specifically, I want to thank the residents that said, how can I be part of a solution moving forward? And I would tell you, get to know your California delegation, because there are parameters, that's very important, because I heard a lot about following the law. We also have to follow the law. And there is a structure in place that prevents us, even if we wanted to do things, when we want to do things, that prevents us from doing things, from, telling our staff, go and do this, because there are Senate bills that are in place. So please get to know your California delegation, send them emails, go visit them, go talk to them, share your experiences with them, because I think that's important for our residents to understand that advocacy at the state level is very imperative, just at the local level, and they need to hear from you as to how this issue is impacting you, so that when they receive a resolution from us, they know that they have the support of the residents. Because we all know resolutions are non-binding. And so, I wanna just say again that these folks out here, I think it's very clear to differentiate, because they use Zelle as a payment, right? You're not even giving workers money. So it's a very different issue. And so I just want to thank our staff for the work that they're doing. I thought we had been clear in the direction we'd given you. If we weren't, then that's our bad. And that is why I'm assuming this item is being placed on the agenda. And I think I heard one of the questions one of the residents asked was, put an ordinance in place so that it can fix it. I think it would be helpful with the education component to include in the staff report, if we pass an ordinance, will that fix the problem? Because I think I'm seeing you you're shaking your head no, and I think that's important for the residents to understand. And all the effort that was put into coming here, thank you. Please carry that effort in speaking with your state legislators, because to me as a policymaker, that is what would help me a lot. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to thank the majority of my colleagues who have supported the item I brought forward tonight. And I want to thank Councilmember Fan for the clarification. When it comes to the resolution, what I would like that resolution to have is language that asks our state legislature to amend the laws that are on the books. In regards to some of the comments made up here tonight about SB 946 and SB 972, and looking through those, I'm not sure if everybody's reading the same things. I'm not sure if we're all saying the same things here, but my concern, if you look especially at SB 946, they talk about mobile vendors and they talk about the stationary sidewalk vendors. And tonight's item is about the stationary sidewalk vendors, not the food trucks, not the eloteros, not the ice cream carts, the stationary. So let me be clear, those that don't move, other than when the truck comes and trespasses on private property to unload the apparatus that then blocks the sidewalk, okay? Stationary sidewalk vendors is who I'm asking for PD and code enforcement to go after, and thankfully a majority of this council also concurs with that. And both of these laws don't permit or don't forgive ignoring health and safety standards. There's none of these laws that say, yeah, but if you meet these standards, you could go ahead and bring the bag of meat in whatever temperature you want and slap it in the box and, good luck, God bless, if hopefully you make it through the meal. No, it doesn't say that. None of them say that. So we could talk about all these little ifs, ands, and buts, but at the end of the day, following the health and safety code, when our code enforcement goes out there to these folks, they can't furnish a permit from the county health department. Why? Because they don't meet the standards. It's unsafe. As we've said, it is unfit for human consumption. So I appreciate the dialogue tonight about enforcement up here because, and I love the fact that we're talking about whether it was clear to staff. Well, I hate to say this, and I don't mean to be derogatory towards staff, but apparently it wasn't, because I'm sure that when I leave this chamber tonight, I will probably at least see 2 or 3 of them out there. Because if it was clear that we wanted these things enforced, I won't see them tonight. So hopefully, PD, that's a wink and a nod. Hopefully you'll get down Bristol before I get there, okay? But in all seriousness, this is what the item was intended for tonight, was to make it abundantly clear, without any hesitation, without any ambiguity, that we want these things enforced. We have rules on our books. The state does not stop us from enforcing certain life and safety matters. And so I would ask code enforcement and PD to do that. And again, I want to thank the majority of my colleagues who have supported this item tonight, and thank again the community for coming out and standing up for your city and making this council be accountable to you and making sure that we hold our staff accountable. So thank you, everybody.
Councilman Becerra, thank you. So, Madam City Manager, I'll be reaching out to the mayor in Anaheim because I know they're having some challenges as well. I've asked to meet with Senator Umberg and with Assemblymember Valencia. I have appointments with both of them, but it'd be great if our lobbyists can also reach out to them, and then we can bring this to them as a priority, right? Maybe we need to take a trip to Sacramento, somebody does, to say, hey, local control. It's about local control. We're not asking you to get rid of SB 972. We're asking you to tweak it. Give us local control. And again, and I will always say that because, you know, I'm not talking about the tamale lady that's been on the corner by Willard Intermediate for 20 years. And some of us know who she is. She's been there a long time. She's put a couple of her kids through college. I'm not talking about her. She's clean, she doesn't leave a mess, she's got her permits, she's got little stickers on the side. It's a lot of money. I'm in agreement with Councilman Becerra and those of us that are up here that it's the pop-ups that are destroying our city. And I'm gonna go back to this and then we close this item. It's about a quality of life. And everybody, you know, Councilman Hernandez is right. We all are very different up here. Some of us have children, grandchildren, some of us own homes, some of us rent homes, some of us have cars, some of us don't, some of us walk. I mean, Santa Ana, that's the beauty about being all different up here. But the bottom line for me as the mayor and running for office in this city is that, again, I always remind people, we work for our constituents. And the law is very clear, I got it. They can have their taco pop-ups, you know, I've heard it all, I've heard everything. But when the residents of Santa Ana come here and say, hey, can you do something? Can you help us? Then that's where we say, yeah, let's go to Sacramento. And I offer to those that are here tonight or watching at home, you go to Sacramento, call me, I'll go with you. I'm sure Councilman Becerra will and Councilman Penalosa will as well. We'll go with you. I have no problem doing that. None whatsoever. Assemblywoman or Lena Gonzalez that put this together, maybe we have a meeting with her to explain, do you understand how it's affecting us? We're not asking you to get rid of it, but we just need it tweaked. And I'm looking forward to the budget. And I wasn't here when you had the discussion about hiring additional code enforcement. If that's what we need to do to work with the county, because it's the county's responsibility, and I say that again, it's the county's responsibility, and that we assist them with code enforcement and police. It is not our responsibility to be out there every single night. We respond to when the county calls us and needs our assistance. And yes, Councilman Sarah, you are right. All of our law enforcement officers should know the law very clearly. Give them a little plastic card, put it in their pocket. Here's the law. If a security guard calls you and he says they're trespassing, we want them removed, you know the law. You know what your responsibility is, and you do it. and you hold people accountable. Because in Santa Ana, we tend to say, well, we like this, and I like that, and I like this, and I'm okay with that, and but until something happens, then we sit up here and say, well, we better move really quick. We better move. And it doesn't happen that way in other cities. It just doesn't. And we're better than that, and we deserve better than that. And our residents deserve better than that. And so the city, I don't know what direction was given to you from the previous council and mayor, and I heard Supervisor Sarmiento's comments. I watched that council meeting. I heard him very loud and clear. We include him to also reach out to Senator Umberg and Senator Valencia and everybody else up there in Sacramento to say, we need help. We need help. We're not asking you to get rid of it. We're asking to give us local control. Give us local control. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight to talk.
Can I speak?
I'm sorry, I'm talking. Don't interrupt me because I don't interrupt you. And I'm the last one to speak because this item's closed after this, unless we're going to go back around again. So, and I'll just say this, is that we're not asking you to make a decision tonight other than you got direction, City Manager, so you understand, so we don't have to beat this up for another hour. You got it. Okay, we're good, and we look forward to the staff report. We look forward to hearing what the plan is. We look forward to hear what our lobbyists are doing. And from now on, Alvaro, I'm going to take pictures and send them to you at all hours of the night. So thank you very much, and let's move on to the next item.
Madam Mayor, if we can convene the Housing Authority?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry?
If we can convene the Housing Authority.
Perfect, let's do that. Housing, we are recessing the City Council meeting and convening to Housing Authority meeting. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please conduct roll call?
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Present.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Here.
Authority Member Fan.
Here.
Authority Member Vasquez.
Present.
Vice Chair Lopez.
Here.
Chair Amezcua.
Here. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for items within the Housing Authority agenda?
If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, at this time on the Housing Authority items, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. No, we do not.
Thank you. Does any authority member wish to make a motion? A second, please announce your name for the record, cast your vote, and the city clerk will announce and display the roll call. Let's go to item number 1. Excused absences. I'm sorry? Yeah, we're going to go to consent.
I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 2, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
So all prepare to vote, please. All right, we're going to end the consent
Councilmember
calendar.
Hernandez, can you please voice your vote?
Yes.
And Councilmember Becerra?
Yes, and I put it on the device as well.
It's not working.
And it just disappeared.
You want to do a roll call?
Fan is a yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Okay. We're good?
We are good.
The Housing Authority meeting is adjourned, and we're going to reconvene the City Council meeting. All right, City Manager, do you have any announcements?
No, I don't, Mayor.
All right, council comments. Let me start this way. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Just want to tell all the residents, thank you for your time and participation in today's City Council meeting. I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra.
Good night, everybody.
Councilmember Fan.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who visited my booth at the UVSA TET Festival. I think it was the first time, as far as I'm aware, that the City of Santa Ana or a council member here has sponsored a booth and sponsored this nonprofit event that brings tens of thousands of visitors into Orange County to specifically celebrate Lunar New Year and Tet. So thank you to everyone who visited, including Councilmember Peñalosa. It was super fun, and we got a lot of residents engaged, learning about water and the poster contest. So hopefully I get to do it again next year. Have a good night, everyone.
Councilman Peñalosa?
Yeah, on that note, thank you, Councilmember Fan, for, doing that for our city and making sure that our city was well represented at the festival. It was nice to be a part of it, so thank you. With that said, I'm happy we finished before midnight because I get to wish my niece a happy 11th birthday, who spent the day at Disneyland, and she was there yesterday, and I made her go on Splash Mountain at 10 p.m., so she had a blast and got soaked. And I also want to wish a happy birthday to one of our executive assistants, Miss Yesenia Cruz, who has a birthday this week. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And she is now here helping the clerks, the city clerks, role during our city council meeting. With that, I also just want to wish a happy Valentine's Day to my fiance, Kim, next week. She'll have a council meeting, so we won't be together. It's okay. And she'll say, yeah, sure, I'll go hang out at Garden Grove City Hall. But also want to make everyone aware that a new restaurant is opening on the 10th, this Friday. In Ward 6 off of Main Street, Casa Ramos. I've posted about it on my social media pages, and I know the mayor has been there as well, and a couple of our staff have also been there for lunch. Very good food, very good beer and wine-based drinks. Very excited to see them open and become a part of what Main Street is becoming, and that reimagining of our South Main Street corridor, which was years and years of needed investment. And I'm happy to see Casa Ramos opening. Make sure you guys visit them. They're a great little family-owned restaurant. That's it, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Vasquez?
Yeah, happy Black History Month, everybody. We went to, me and Councilman Lopez and Hernandez went to the Black History Parade. We had a great time. We saw a lot of friends out there. It was good times. I appreciate sharing that with you all. And just like Peñalosa, we have a new restaurant in Ward 2 called Lotus Cafe. It's Asian with Vietnamese, Thai, sometimes Filipino, but the food is amazing. It's really good. I hope you all can make it. It's across from Sater Brothers on Edinger. And have a good night. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem I'm sorry, hold on one second, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Khan?
I'm so sorry, it's late and I totally forgot, but we are going to be holding the first ever, hopefully monthly, Tea with Thai at the Tasty on Harbor. It is going to be an event for teenagers, high schoolers, and young adults 22 and under who live in Santa Ana, just to learn about local government, getting involved with the city, and hopefully we'll have speakers in the future. And the first 20 Santa Ana residents to join will get free boba. Thank you. That's February 18th, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you. I have 5 comments. The first one is I do have a vacancy on the Personnel Commission, so if you're interested, please apply. The second comment is we are once again collaborating with OC Habitats to host another park cleanup. We will be at Santiago Park on Wednesday, February 15th at 2 p.m. I invite all members of our community to come support this ongoing effort that I established with OC Habitats in 2021. We are also in discussion about expanding it to other parks in Ward 3, which is very exciting. And on the 18th, which is a Saturday, I will be hosting my office hours. And we used to do them virtually, and now we're going to transition into in-person. And I'll be sharing more information about the office hours via my social media network or channels. And I just want to say I had a really great time celebrating the Lunar New Year, and thank you to Councilmember Fan for taking me to buy an Ao Doi.
Ao Yai.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you. I had a really good time. And finally, happy Black History Month, happy Valentine's Day. Be safe, have fun. enjoy your time with family, friends, your significant others. Thank you. Have a good night.
So under my comments under AB 1234, I want to disclose that I did travel to the League of Cities for New Mayors in DC. I'm sorry, the 91st Mayors Conference in DC, and then the League of Cities in Los Angeles. And so I want to thank you all for that. It's a great experience to network with other mayors and get to know people and bring resources back to the city of Santa Ana. And that's what I was doing, working and meeting wonderful people. And our lobbyists were great and introduced me to all the right people. We actually had a meeting with President Biden and some of his staff and at the White House in the East Wing. And it was nice to represent Santa Ana. And I also, City Manager, thank you. I know we've had conversations about First Street. And I know the last week or so, they've been working very hard down there. Santa Ana PD has with the AB 109 task force and the DA's office. When I had the neighborhood association meeting, and I'm meeting with the neighborhood association presidents every month, there were about a little over 60 people here. They set 2 goals for the year of 2023, public safety and homelessness. And Ken Gomensky was here, and he's a great resource, so thank you. And when they asked him about First Street, he said there's one issue down there. It's called narcotics. Narcotics. And the police department needs to get in there and resolve it. That's pretty much what he said in a nutshell to the 62 people that were here. And then after that, we started to see some things going on. And so I really appreciate it. It is critical. We have that apartment complex there that is about to or is opening or filling with residents, I believe 601 units. With underground parking. And so there's going to be children there, lots of children. I don't know how many sex offenders are on First Street. I'd love to know. We should know. How many sex offenders are in that area? How many people are just waiting for those children to move in? It's an awful thing to say, but it is reality. And if I offend anybody up here, I'm really sorry, but that is the reality. There are sex offenders in this city, and hopefully we know where they are. Most of the time, we don't. They cut off their anklets, and we do not know where they are. You have to look high and low for them, and I do mean high and low. And so I'm very concerned for First Street, so I want to thank you for put the bug in to have them really work on First Street. We have a lot more work to do down there. I'm hoping we can get some developers to buy some of those things, motels, and we can make it look good. Again, it's about the quality of life in Santa Ana, and it's about making sure that our residents are safe. So I encourage you to keep asking Santa Ana PD to be down there every day with probationers, parolees, you name it. There's a lot of things that are going on in that area that is not safe. And so I drive there every single day. And I look at how many people are hanging out, how many people are not hanging out, which motel's active, which one is not. And so I look forward to hearing from you or the police chief in a report. How many arrests? What's going on? Also, we talked about the homeless issue, and you had indicated that previously the council received a report. And so if we can start that back up, I'd really appreciate it. How many we're housing, how many we are not housing, why are we not housing, what wraparound services are we providing? I get a lot of those questions from the constituents, and that is another issue, quality of life here in the city of Santa Ana, and so we want to address that. So thank you very much. And with that, our next meeting is on February 21st. And everybody have a nice evening. Take care. Meeting adjourned.